What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? Who's ready to get back into the trading action? I know I am. It's been a great day to start already. Seeing Gilead up. Who was long this name yesterday? And I'm trying to get long again. I took a nice over $300 winner on this name yesterday. So looking to get back in, of course. I also have Bristol Myers. We'll see if we get takeoff in Bristol Myers. But of course, everyone wants to just talk about AMD and that report that came in last night, the down report. Even though it wasn't such a down report, we'll talk a little bit more about it, but why was it maybe potentially coming down? You'll find out right here on Trade the Pool. We got a video for you guys that we'll be playing right after the bell to dive deep into AMD, so don't go anywhere, of course. And we also will be covering different stocks like SpaceX, right? You want to find out why SpaceX is going down? Well, stick around, guys. Like I mentioned, this is a stock that I don't see holding up with earnings, and that's exactly what happened. The algos tried to buy it up. That seemed to me like a nice easy short. I hope somebody was out there making some money. Don't forget, yes, in the swing account you can't be doing these earning stocks, right? But in the day trade account you could be tackling these, and especially tackling them where? On our earnings stream, of course. So check it out, guys. That was one of our best earnings streams last night. It was where the action happened. It was where the previews happened. And my man Steve drove you right towards the finish line. Of course, we also have more traders that join Steve. So check that out, of course. Even today, we'll be having other earnings streams. We'll continue going, and this isn't going to stop. We're going to keep covering all the news right here, guys. So let's keep the party going. Let's keep taking a look at what else we can find in the market today, right? So right now I'm taking a look to see what happens in the market right now, as of course the SPY is at all-time highs. And who was talking about potential all-time highs this week? Well, you know, your boy Money Mitch came in right, gave you guys the bullish tune on Monday, and now I'll be able to leave with the market skyrocketing higher, and of course all the bears going to shame, right? Because there were so many people that were saying, oh, well, we're going into a bear market. And I drew this line for you guys on that Monday, looking for the V bottom to play and us to go to the trend line on the Qs. So if you were here, you got the good stuff, and I hope you were able to cash. Let me know in the chat if you guys have been cashing in on this move, because that's what it's all about. Good morning to you guys out there. It's good to see you guys in the chat. Thoughts on big runners yesterday. Good morning, Day Trade Tony, bringing in some tickers. This is what it's all about, man. I love our community out there. So shout out to you guys out there having a great morning in the chat. Shout out to Joe out there working hard like always. If you're not in the Discord, you're not getting the exclusive stuff. Guess who gave you guys another report last night in, of course, our Discord? Don't miss it, guys. We'll cover a little preview just to give you a sneak peek. But where do you guys get the report? Go out there on the Discord. I'm actually throwing this up at nighttime. You might need to catch it a little bit later. It'll probably get towards the Discord around 8 p.m. Eastern time. But there's a reason why. I'm even looking into the market all the way up until then, into the 24/5 market. So you get a really good outlook going into the next day. Take a look in that report only in the Discord, of course. All right, guys, we'll get to some trade ideas. Tyler Smith in the chat, everyone. Good morning to you all. Let's go to the playbook and let's get to the action. And don't worry, Snowman, I didn't forget you. All right, guys, so here's one that might not be on everybody's radar today. And this is going to be a little bit of a counter trend play, right? Well, like always, Money Mitch doesn't worry about what everyone else is going to say. He's going to worry about what? He's going to worry about how we can take down a bad boy today. And I rode this on the way up. Now it's time to potentially ride this on the way down. So looking at Microsoft this morning as a potential fading stock right here. I did get cut out of this in the overnight. I was up a pretty good amount, but I'm going to be watching to see if we get a little bit of a blow off top look. Can we blow above the 500s today and then start to come down, right? This could happen towards the late end of the day. Doesn't have to happen in the first hour of the day, but it's a trade idea here. So this would be the trend line resistance fade. Microsoft remains extended off its post-earnings pop, pressing heavily overhead technical resistance, while the Qs sits directly at its daily descending trend line, which I think is very important. This is another thing that I'm bringing in, right? The Qs are right there near that trend line. As we hit that trend line, it could start to act as resistance. And of course, we have AMD down 8% this morning after hours, sell-off signaling near tech digestion, right? Near-term digestion of the recent move. So we could get this prime tactical pullback. We'll see what happens if it does initiate the fade, right? Back below kind of the 492 would be the look. But really, let's see if we get back above that 500, do the pop, and then the drop. All right, we'll see what happens there. Let's go to another trade that I've been telling you guys about, which is cybersecurity as a trade that hasn't gotten weak while many have, right? Well, while the market was coming down, and yes, there was some choppiness out there, Pan W hasn't seen the chop. It was sideways here, consolidating at the top of the end of the range, and you're seeing another move higher. The cyber breakout confirmation, Palo Alto surging, and you're seeing many others get the lift, right? CrowdStrike, they just had a recent split. You were used to be buying this at 750. Well, it would have been nice to have this around the 180s, seeing it go back through the 200 and starting to climb again. This is one name I don't want to be missing, guys. And I think what we need to be looking is for the first red day to really join the party. But hey, not a bad action here in the IGV, of course. I gave you guys that yesterday, thinking that we would start to get the bigger run. Now, I even gave my man, Michael Nas, shout out to him. I hope he's having a good vacation. Hopefully not tuning in, like I say, because he's on vacation. But if he is, shout out to you, man. I hope you're getting your flowers. I hope you loaded up on your IGV because it's starting to really rock and roll. So look for other names to make the move today, potentially, right out the gates, like a ServiceNow. So the plays don't stop here. Money Mitch can give you plays for days, and ServiceNow is one of these plays that I was talking about last night. And how could you know this? Well, I'll show you how you could know this, right? Well, a lot of people would be like, oh, Money Mitch, you're just talking your, you know what out of the you know what. Well, take a look here, guys, and we'll go right towards that action here on the IGV to give you guys what's in the report, what you could be getting in, of course, our Discord. And you see IGV here, right? You see the signaled breakout, right? And then you're going to see right here, Pan W mentioned, right? Like I've already given you guys, but take a look at some of the names that I've mentioned in software. Let me go ahead and pull that up here. I think I have it right here. Just give me a second here. Scrolling through. I don't want to give you guys too much there. You're getting the SMR conversation. Let's go to the playbook action at the bottom. So at the bottom, there's a thing called the trade roster. This gives you the playbook. Names that I'm looking at, right? So you start to see here the Pan W, the IGV, right? You see names that I've talked about all day long, right? We'll see what happens to these plays as they start to kind of get right back up. But if you want these levels, you want the areas that I'm looking in the market, that's where you want to be watching, guys. And that's going to give us levels to look for. ServiceNow, definitely a play to watch for that upside move. I'm looking for names that have been beaten down, like a CRM, to continue to get the lift. And I talked about that yesterday as this stock was just starting to lift. Of course, we closed the show at 11. We were talking about this in the 9:30 slot as this starts to get the push right back to the upside. So the hated names in software could be the names that are starting to get the rip back to the upside. That's your AAPL, right? AAPL. Watch for that one today, as this one's getting the turnaround signal. And of course, this one was used to be at like 600, right? So there you go, guys. These are names that I'd be watching and trades to look for. Shopify had a big post this morning. Yes, tons of earnings to talk about. And if you want our Discord, it's right there in the chat. It's always in the description also. So get over there if you're wanting to get this report. You want the inside scoop? I got you. You got to get to the Discord, of course, though. All right, let's keep going, guys. Let's take a look around and let's see what else is out there. And when you get to the Discord, tell them you're there for this report, because this tells me more and more that you guys want the action and you want to keep going with that action. All right, let's go to one last trade here because I don't stop and I'm going to keep it going here. SMR. Let's take a look here at a potential play in a nuclear play. Of course, this is a play that I've been looking at starting to get going since the 850s. Of course, if you look back in the longer time frame of this chart, this is where this stock actually broke out from and where Money Mitch called it the first time. Yes, You can check the tape. You can check the receipts. Money Mitch called SMR at 850 way back in 2024, right around this time in September. So now it's really interesting to see it back here. Can we get the lift again? I think so. So what do we got to be looking for? We want to be showing signs that the material names are starting to wake up again. Take a look at this LEU chart. This is one of my favorite charts right now because it's a long-term trend line break. We talked about this 2 days ago. It's continued its trend to the upside, so we could get a little bit of a pullback day, but I do like these names like USAR. I do like SMR, and of course SMR has earnings today, so be careful with playing that today, but I'm going to be looking to see what happens with the earnings to see if we get real confirmation, and then we start to see names like NNE start to make the move with it, right? This is all about relationship trading, and we'll see today. Do we get the blow off tops? Do they meet the trend line resistance? And does AMD start to digest and maybe collapse some of the trade that we've been seeing? Of course, we've been seeing an explosive second wave in AI hardware as Palantir, ARM has been really ripping, right? Palantir up almost 30% yesterday, ARM 17%. The market's been absolutely surging, right? So we'll see what happens with the action today. Let's get to the action and talk more about what's going on right now. I know you guys want to talk about some earnings stocks. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly run through the Sunrise report, and then I can bring up straight through earnings because there's tons of names to look at. So if you have a specific earnings stock you want to touch, make sure you're throwing up that stock in the chat right now. All right, let's kick off the Sunrise. All right, every mainstream U.S. equity index closed at or through a record yesterday, of course, as AMD reported a genuine blowout quarter, but got sold off 8.5%, while Arista Networks, which reported in its same industry, got bought up 12.5% on the same set of AI CapEx headline. That's where it gets really interesting, right? A stock that kind of gets that move to the upside and another one that takes the downside hit, right? So we'll look to see what happens here with AMD. Can it rebound? We'll have to take a look at that. Of course, the prints did happen within a 60-minute window. We'll see what happens. Is this the tape resolving that AI hardware debate and not picking a side right now, but drawing a near fault line near inside the sector? Is there one that we're picking over the other? We'll talk a little bit why maybe AMD is down coming up. All right, we need to be continuing to watch to see what happens as Iranian state media said that any deal with Oman has no connection to the reopening of Hormuz. So I don't know what's going on there. We could start seeing oil start to rip higher. CNN did report that U.S. missile defense stockpile is significantly depleted from the conflict, and that could be more concern, as that means more spending might need to happen, more spending from the defense side, and we'll see what happens. Does that create upside move in potentially names like Lockheed Martin, like RTX? Oh, I would say yes. So keep your eyes on these names. Mentions like that are the little things that Money Mitch gets a little bit of a light bulb trade idea. All right, let's keep going. Let's take a look around out there. Let's continue going. Of course, that's all the overnight driver action, but let's take a look at what happened in Asia. As Asia went the other way on chips, South Korea and Japan both rallied hard on U.S. tech session, and then we started to see names like SoftBank surging 9%, right? SK Hynix rose 7%, right? Samsung gained more than 4%. So this shows us more and more that maybe potentially the AI global unwind has come to an end. And now, of course, U.S. markets leading the rally in the global action, you could start seeing other markets rally too. And that's exactly what we saw last night. And it could continue here as what happens is it starts to create this risk appetite, right? And we all know the animal spirits come out fast. Or have you been seeing the action that's been out on Twitter? Oh yeah, you're starting to see the bulls come back and they're ripping and roaring. Everyone's buying the dip. The question is, will they get stuffed today? All right, let's keep taking a look at some pre-market action. We'll go through some stocks out there that have some earnings. Let's see what you guys were mentioning in the chat. See what stocks you guys wanted to take a look at. I see SPCX down. Let's talk a little bit about that one. Let's go to that first report here as we'll take a look here at SPCX. Take a look at the action. It was starting to come back up to 130. But don't worry, Money Mitch has, I think, been keeping us a little bit safe in SPCX, as a lot of investors have been loading in this thing. And Money Mitch has been saying one thing over and over again: come down to double digits, because I want you. But I want you at a discount, SpaceX. It's down 11%. First quarterly report as a public company delivered revenues up 92% year over year, but shares plunged in the pre-market as AI's related CapEx expenditures worries and the sheer scale of the Starship program spend. The stock had already fallen 6.5% Tuesday on IPO lockup positioning. Last night, the print took it into that and then went down there towards 111.81 in the pre-market, roughly $40 below its June IPO first trade at 150. This is the most bearish read on the AI CapEx intensity delivered by a public company this cycle. Why? Because they're not even like making money, right? They're not like, if they were like doing like, let's say like Google numbers and Microsoft numbers, it would be different here. That's really the concern underneath the hood there for SpaceX, but we'll talk more about it during the show, I'm sure, with our traders. Let's keep going here. Let's take a look here at the next stock. Let's take a look at Lilly. All right, Lilly up a significant amount. Second quarter earnings revenues both beat, and management raised full year 26 revenue guidance on continued momentum in Mounjaro and Zepbound. Weight loss and diabetes franchise remains the durable secular story the market has been paying for. So, cha-ching, you know it. Healthcare continuing to the upside. Who's been talking about healthcare here? You know that we've been all over this trade. Now seeing the XLV starting to trickle up to the upside. IBB was another trade that I was giving you guys earlier this week. I actually got stopped out on this day. I'm going to be as honest as I can. I can't get them all right. I had the idea of the trade, but I'm maybe not executing the trade the fullest. And this was on this day, right? So it's a little bit upsetting to see it back up. But this tells me watch for some continued upside in the IBB. So that's why I'm trying to dip by Gilead today. That's why I'm trying to go for maybe a potential AMZN that already reported, right? I had this name earlier in the week. It had to go into the report. That's the day that it came down from this 391 back to the 380s. The 9 EMA has been working great on AMZN. So all these names really looking good. You can look at a Regeneron, right, as a potential name that is higher cost, but really starting to show kind of a reawakening, right? So these are all names to watch in this space. Let's continue the party going. Let's take a look at Disney. Who likes the House of Mouse out there? Let me know if you guys are Disney Plus subscribers. Let me know by throwing up a Disney in the chat if you are a Disney Plus subscriber. I am a Disney Plus subscriber, so you can throw a Disney up for me, as my kids will kind of maybe delete me if I deleted Walt Disney. Up 3% fiscal Q3 top the street estimates. Disney announced content sharing deal with TikTok to bring short form videos onto Disney Plus. Ooh, I don't know about all that. But we'll see what happens with that. Streaming subscribers and park margins, of course, the key underlining details. So we'll dive deeper into Disney's report. We can take a look at what happened in that parks margin during the show. Let's go to CVS here and continue the party going in the earnings. There's so many stocks to report out there. This was up this morning, but now starting to take a beating. Off the report, it was spiking when I did this report. It was up 2.5%, but just like that, you're seeing a little bit of a takedown in CVS here, as they might have not liked what's in there. We'll see what happens there. Continuing to watch the action out there. Let's keep going. Let's see what else we can talk about. There's more reports to get into. Of course, Circle. Another stock coming in here with earnings, right? I mean, the earnings don't stop, right? Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at Circle. Circle first got a pop and then the drop. It was up 5%. It named initial partners for the ARC blockchain for financial services platform and doubled the midpoint for full year other revenue guidance to 320 million from 160 million, which sounds good to me, but hey, market's not holding it this morning. Then we got some other kind of smaller names. We'll keep it rolling here. We got Wynn Resorts, of course. This is kind of your casino, but really has more exposure also to China names, right? It's up 5%. Q2 adjusted EPS at 124 on revenues of 186, both above the consensus. Macau and Las Vegas both contributing. You see, they clearly mentioning it there. We'll see if this can continue to making the move. This one always runs with kind of like an MGM, and then you could take a look at different names in the space to see if you see some upside. Another defensive name giving us the look into the morning and the trade that might continue to go higher. So I think this trade is up high right now at 60, and it sounds like it might be too much. But when you're hearing days where stock missiles are maybe the supply is depleted, this is the action that you want to see. Kratos Defense, KTOS up 10%. Q2 revenue be on unmanned system demand. Into the backdrop where U.S. defense munitions stockpiles are documented to be running short right now. Well, there you have it. We'll see what happens there. KTOS showing already the bid into the open. All right, let's keep watching here. And in focus stock, of course, why did AMD fall and Arista rip higher? Of course, yesterday's Sunrise report framed AMD and after hours print as a genuine binary and flagged the meet the pre-guide with inline commentary. Outcome, of course, of the most probable and the messiest kind of report that could happen here. What actually happened is more information than a single scenario predicted. AMD delivered a genuine beat on every headline figure, but still got sold, while Arista Networks reporting inside the same trading hour in the same industry with identical AI build-out exposure delivered a bigger beat and ripped. The bifurcation is no longer between AI winners and AI casualties. It's now between two different types of AI hardware. The market is pricing them with almost mirror image conviction. We'll see what happens here as the mechanics is what matters. Arista is, of course, making network silicon and switching fabrication that sits between the accelerators, right? So it's more kind of primed for the supply that's needed for the time being. Right? So Ethernet AI fabrics, of course, 1.6 terabyte platforms, liquid cooled, scaled across designs. It's just raised its full year guide by 1.1 billion after, of course, tripling its multi-year purchase commitments. AMD makes the accelerators themselves, and the management stops short of quantifying the Helos rack scale ramp revenue for the second half. This was the key. And Money Mitch gave you guys one thing to look at in the AMD report. It said, look to see what happened to the Helios scaling and the sales that were coming from that. What did AMD do? It put it inside of a box and it didn't let you see. They just said, oh, the sales are doing good. They're doing great. That wasn't enough for investors. Investors wanted to see the actual numbers, because if you want to justify your capital expenditure, the number one thing you need to be doing is really explaining your revenue growth. If you can explain the revenue growth, then you can explain the expenditures. This kind of makes sense, right? If your company is continuing to grow, then you can spend more. But if your company's not growing, or you're not willing to show us underneath the transparency of the numbers, then we will not give you the quick satisfaction, right? Now, can AMD lift today potentially out the gates? Yes, because the numbers were a beat and a beat, and guidance not looking bad. But the truth is, they weren't as transparent as Arista Networks. All right, guys, that's going to do it for the Sunrise Report. We'll talk more about some earnings stocks. So if you have a name you want to talk about, please throw it up in the chat. There's more to talk about, of course. There's so many earnings stocks that were out there making moves that we could be all day on earnings. But that's going to do it for that action. We'll talk about it, and we'll have some more traders joining me in just a little bit, guys. So let's keep the party alive here. Let's see if AMD can make a move. Looking at the action right now as we speak, trying to see what else we can come up with today. right? All right, let me go ahead and make sure that I'm on the right account there. Looks like I kind of switched it there. Got to keep an eye on my Bristol Myers trade. Might need to get out of this one, but I want to hang on to this one. The only key is making sure that I'm not too big on this trade, so might need to downsize. At least here towards the bell, also trying to get some Gilead on the pullback. I've been having this order out there for the last like 20 minutes, right? Come and fill me, right? Because I definitely want some Gilead on the pullback. We'll look to see what happens. This is what you call a ladder order. So I have orders in specific levels that I'm willing to size in on. They're each the same amount. So essentially, if I fill all three, I end up in the middle, right? So you want to be kind of stacking it to where it's kind of equally balanced out there. And so if you fill all three, you end in the middle. If you fill only two, you end in the middle of that, right? So this is what you call a ladder approach, right? If you don't know where you, like if you want in and you're trying to get in on pullbacks, ladder approaches are something that I would say to look into, because I feel like a lot of times traders will try to get an entry in and they put all their order in on this entry versus saying, hey, if you give me 135s, 134s, and 133s, I'll take it, right? So, hey, think about sometimes trading like the algos do, right? This is exactly that mentality. Algos, they don't fill in all at once. They slowly build a position and then keep it going, right? We need to learn and sometimes trade like the algos. All right, let's go ahead. Let's catch up in the chat. What's going on out there? Let's take some look into the market. Let's take a look around out there. We have Steve Canyon, 38. Don't forget KRMN. Let's take a look here. KRMN. Let's see what this is. It's good to see you in the chat, my friend. I don't think I've seen you before, Steve, so always good to see some new faces. If you guys can do me a favor, you guys have been enjoying the morning and enjoying the action, the energy that I bring every day. Just hit that like button down below and subscribe if you're not already, of course. KRMN, Carmen Holdings. Is this a potential SPAC company? I'm not sure. I don't know about Carmen Holdings. Maybe it's a defense company. Educate me, my friend. A lot of times I know a lot and you can hear it, but I don't know this one, right? Mitch is prepared, doing the hard work. You have no idea, dude. I try to do a lot of work, as you can see from that report. This is what it's all about, right? Getting into the information, getting towards where you can understand the market, guys. I want you guys to understand the market. I want you guys to learn with me as I continue to develop, right? All right, we'll see what's happening out there. And Smoke Tuna and everyone that likes the small caps, bring me some of those names this morning. I'll dive through them in just a second here. All right, let's take a look here. Longer term chart, I like the chart. I will say that right now. And what we need to do is we need to go back far enough, right? So one of my favorite plays is long-term trend line breaks, right? Because it's kind of like the saying of like the bigger the base, the more space to rip, right? And like things like that. Well, this is the same thing, right? When you're having such a long downtrend, right? You eventually want to see when you can get out of this, right? So this is the way that I would be seeing this pattern, right? So now you're trying to make your way back up to this level, long-term thinking, right? This doesn't need to happen right now, but you just broke out of the base pattern, right? So at this point, we can expand this and dive deeper into this bottom action, right? So then you can put a rectangle pattern down here. You're going to use this low, right? The support, prior support became resistance, right? So you can draw that out, and this was the box that we were kind of in. We need to start to break this high here on the left-hand side if we really want to climb, right? So then you draw your horizontal line right here on that peak, or you can draw it on the close. It really doesn't matter to me. What matters more is that we start to get closing above these levels, whether that be around the 59.28 or you're closer towards the 57.69. This is why resistance is an area and not a specific point, right? That's why I draw like kind of rectangles a lot of the times to understand that, right? So now I'm looking to see, can we get a quick drive into that? And then maybe even a pop above that and then a comeback move, right? So I can play quick trades, day trades on the pop up, right? And then look for swings, maybe on potential pullbacks after that pop. That's the way I would be looking here on KRMN. Let's go to the intraday chart. Intraday chart shows you a continuous what? Hold of the 15-minute 9 EMA. So what I would be looking is potential red to green action. Can you come back to yesterday's resistance and bounce out of that area? So that's around 53.50s. Can we get that undercut and then rally out of that? All right, good morning to you guys out there. Rick Knight, what's up? What's up, man? Some more traders coming in here. It's always good to see some traders. I did see some of the smaller names out there mentioned out there, so let's keep it going. Make some baby. Let's go. Let's get to some nice cash. Let's go make some. All right, let's go to smaller names here. I got one from Smoke Tuna. INLF, the tuna coming in. He wants to go fishing. Let's go take a look here and see if we can fish. INLF. All right, let's take a look here. All right, this bad boy, looks how we've had our 3 waves. So after 3 waves, we usually get a big pullback and an opportunity. So I think we're running into that pullback right now as we speak, as we popped above the $7 spot. So let's see if we can get some liquidity type move right here around the $7. It's holding well for the time being. You've got it up there to 760s. 1, 2, 3 times. This is usually when I start to see a little bit of some resistance test to the trend line. This is why I draw a trend line. So something up into this spot and then holding up here is kind of what I expect. You see how it drives right to it? Now let's see if they want to go and take that trend line. You see how you even saw offers go above it and then it quickly goes below it? Look how that trend line held really well there. That's called resistance, right? Clear as day. Doesn't mean it's going to hold forever, but there was some clear resistance there. This is what I call trend line approaches, right? So you're seeing the stock approach the trend line. Doesn't mean it's going to break out above the trend line. It just means 40, 50, 60 cents. If you don't take the cash, you could already be getting run over, right? This is how you got to be playing penny stocks, right? Penny stocks are very difficult to play, guys. You can see this also if you wanted to really get degenerate, right? We have even 30-second charts where you can't get this in many platforms. So understand some advantages that we have if you're a penny stock trader, right? Well, take a look here. That gives you more of what's happening in between, right? How quickly did it go to that pop and hold the trend line, right? Now we're getting that liquidity scare, right? So let's say if you were long 7, right, and you didn't cash there, you're thinking, oh, maybe it comes right back to 760. Well, now you're getting that washout look, right? So now you get washed out of the trade. This is what I was literally just explaining. This is why you come right here, guys. All right, let's keep the party going. Let's take a look around out there. KRM works with Boeing military sectors, design missiles and testing. Perfect stock to look at, Steve, especially on a day like today. All right, many new fellow traders today. That's what I love to hear. So smash that like if you want to see more traders, Shaw. That's how you help us. And of course, hit the share button because it gets us to more traders. And really, more traders creates better ideas and better thinking. Don't forget, you guys help me too. Like that mention of KRMN. I will keep looking into the sectors and industries and be able to determine what is rotating and what is not. You guys out there got to make your investment decisions. That's why it's Trade the Pool. That's why you got prop money behind you. Get after it, traders. All right, guys, it's a good day today. Looking to see the action. I'm going to take a little bit of some coffee here, and it's 9:19. Looks like we have some what I call late birds probably coming in here in a little while. So what we're going to do is I'm probably going to play a little bit of some AMD outlook here for us in just a second here before the bell, because I think it's one of the most important stocks to really dive into today. So let me go ahead and pull that up here. I will get that ready in 2 seconds. 1, 2. Come on, Mitch. You said 2 seconds. All right, let's go ahead. We'll pull that up right here, guys. Downloading it as we speak so that I can go ahead and I'll throw it to my producer to make it easy, and we'll go to it in just a second here. But let me know in the chat what stocks on your radar. I'll keep taking a look at some stocks out there, and we'll keep the party going right here. All right, let's go ahead. Let's keep the party going. Producer, I just sent you that. All right, let's see what happens out there. Let's see if we get that recovery. So we now have that liquidity scare here in INLF. So I think there's still a little scare to be had. I think that didn't go far down enough here, but it could still recover the 7 and go for the rip, right? So at least for the time being, you're holding the 90 EMAs. You're looking okay here, right? But don't forget that the spread is wide. That's the scary thing right here, right? And so you have to sometimes be late to the move rather than early to the move. And in this case, probably late, because this is leaving the room for the quick wash to 6, right? And I don't know about you guys, but if I was long 7, I'm probably not holding to 6 here. So they're feeling the pressure. Not the sellers here. The buyers are feeling the pressure. Let's see if they can come and scoop it back, right? So now we got a little bit of a wick. We've had 1, 2, 3 attempts. This next attempt is going to be very important. If we get one more attempt back to that low and it doesn't just completely wash out, then I'd start to feel a little bit more confident about the 7 move back. But I'm looking for one more liquidity scare, and then I'd start looking for the drive to come back in. All right, let's keep it going. Let's go to some more stocks out there. I hit the like all the time, not for the 25 eval, but helps the algo. That's called, you know what you are? A real one, Shaw. A real one, as they say. So I appreciate you, Shaw, in the chat. All right, let's go ahead. Let's go to the AMD video here. Let's learn a little bit about it. But just to mention a trade idea, I didn't forget you. I know that you're out there. Dive deep, YouTube, DVD. If you like Alcoa, you're looking to see if this can continue to work, right? Aluminum, you're looking at that basic materials turning around. You want to see also like copper continuing strong. Copper's doing well. You want to see steel doing well. This is a sector-wide move, not just an industry one. Let's take a look at AMD's deep dive on their earnings.
Advanced Micro Devices just delivered a structurally perfect second quarter earnings report. Yet, instead of a rally, the release triggered massive institutional selling. The headline numbers clearly beat buy-side consensus. The company reported $11.54 billion in revenue and a non-GAAP earnings per share of $1.66. Despite raising their third quarter guidance to $13 billion, the stock printed down 5 to 8% in after-hours trading. Heading into the print, AMD had run nearly 140% year-to-date. The market was pricing the equity at 54 times forward earnings. To find the exact reason for this rejection, we have to look past the top-line data center growth and isolate a specific CapEx shock in the cash flow statement. At these massive multiples, standard financial beats lose their impact if the underlying cash flow narrative begins to crack. This segment revenue chart isolates the top-line beat. Data center revenue surged 107% to $6.72 billion, beating the $6.5 billion anticipated. This shifted the internal mix, moving data center to 58% of total revenue. During the call, CEO Lisa Su provided forward guidance regarding the reacceleration of EPYC server chips. She projected that server revenue will grow more than 80% year-over-year in the second half of 2026. That growth rate transforms EPYC back into a primary growth engine, running alongside the Instinct AI accelerators. The client PC segment also held steady, posting a 23% year-over-year increase through Ryzen market share gains. However, the gaming segment dropped 31% year-over-year to $779 million. This contraction signals the trough of the current console cycle, meaning gaming will soon stop being a drag on aggregate corporate margins. The P&L confirms AMD's transition from a diversified chipmaker into a dedicated data center company. Management then moved from historical reporting to the broader total addressable market for high-performance AI. They upgraded their macro forecast, projecting that this market is now growing at a 40% annual rate, up from their previous 30% estimate. To anchor this expansion to a real customer, they highlighted the partnership with Anthropic. The timeline is concrete. Anthropic will deploy up to 2 gigawatts of MI450 series GPUs, starting in the first half of 2027. These gigawatt-scale deployments indicate customer pull for the Helios platform is tracking ahead of initial forecasts. Following this, Lisa Su gave a specific revenue target for the data center segment. She expects data center revenue to more than double year over year in 2027. This guidance implies a data center segment generating over $50 billion annually by the end of 2027. An explicit target of this size forces analysts to pull their forward models upward to match management's numbers. By setting a $50 billion floor, AMD de-risked the demand story. This shifted market anxiety away from sales and toward the company's ability to physically supply the hardware. The data in the cash flow statement explains the immediate selling pressure. The algorithmic sell-off was triggered by the property and equipment spend. AMD reported $808 million in capital expenditure, nearly 3 times the $299 million the street was modeling. This caused free cash flow to drop from $2.57 billion in the prior quarter to just $1.56 billion. A second issue emerged when AMD declined to provide a specific dollar figure for Instinct AI GPU revenue. Without a clean AI revenue line, analysts cannot accurately model how MI400 volumes compare to NVIDIA's run rate. The final physical constraint on the stock price is found in the supply chain. The bottleneck is TSMC's CoWoS advanced packaging capacity. Citing this capacity ceiling, HSBC downgraded AMD to a hold. This packaging limit acts as a cap on MI350 and MI450 volumes, making demand secondary to supply in the short term. The massive capex spike represents the mandatory upfront entry fee required to build gigawatt-scale infrastructure, creating a temporary cash flow crater while the business scales. The market is currently weighing 2 realities: strong long-term execution against immediate cash flow and capacity limits. With the stock up 140% year-to-date, major deals with Meta and OpenAI were already priced into the valuation. Momentum stocks that reverse 5 to 8% on a clean beat usually follow a specific pattern. They typically need 1 to 2 sessions to absorb the supply before stabilizing. Traders are watching a specific technical reclaim level. To validate a recovery, the price needs to move back above the pre-earnings close of approximately $513. If the price breaks below the after-hours low, the post-earnings derate is confirmed. Return to baseline pacing. However, the fundamental catalyst for the next leg up is already set. The gap between the $12.52 billion consensus and AMD's $13 billion guide will likely trigger a series of estimate raises in the morning. While the initial reaction was a multiple contraction, the math behind a $50 billion data center trajectory remains intact for those looking past the capex shock.
All right, traders, let's go ahead. Let's take a look at a stock giving me an alert right now as we speak. We talked about this yesterday. Jesse's joining me here, but looking at AVGO giving me the alert right here. This is a stock that I really like right now with Marvell. I know Jesse's a big Marvell fan also. I don't know how he feels about Broadcom here, but this is a stock that I really like ever since... I guess we wanted to go back there. Sorry about that, but yes, AVGO, a stock to look at, right? I've been waiting for this to break 400 for a while now, Jesse, and it broke 400, but it looks like it doesn't even want to see 400 again, and that's always a good tell sign, right? So now I'm looking for the pullback, right? Can I get in on any pullback? Because it looks hot, hot, hot. And Marvell, also a chart that I like here, and these are stocks that have come down, right? Have given us the kind of bottoming look. How do you feel about these stocks? Good morning to you, Jesse.
Hey, good morning, Money Mitch and everyone in chat. Yeah, man, AVGO is on my watch list here this morning. I've got some lines drawn out, and it looks like we are kind of hitting our heads here at this 422 mark. But you know, if we get a few more dollars up, I mean, this thing could really go. And I am watching that daily. I do watch Marvell. We have had a hard time with the $200 level with Marvell here in the past. There's the bell. Marvell now is over. It's 215. So that's looking pretty good. The one I am actually watching is the one that's been up, Palantir. Palantir continues to hit its head on the daily chart at 164s and falls, and it's been doing this now for weeks. So the question is, with Marvell or with Palantir, can we get above that 164 mark?
All right, starting the day, looking to see what happens out there, seeing if I can get some pullback action here to kind of hold in Bristol Myers and then see a rip right back to the upside here. Just got, let's say, did I get first fill? Not yet.
Smoked Tuna, Nigel, Michael D. Ryder. Michael, I caught your joke, man. That was pretty funny about the golden retrievers there. Good morning to you. That was pretty good stuff. We got Joe. Joe Hitachi's in the house. Hey, good to see you. Of course, Smoked Tuna. Tack, good morning. Shah, Derek Thompson. Who else do we got? We got Ken. We do have some new faces on here. This looks really good. Derek Thompson, good to see you.
Oh
Yep,
yeah,
yep.
and I'm trying to go trade and I'm trying to make some money out there today. Let me know what you
Get
guys
it.
are seeing out there, traders. Ready to keep the party
AVGO
going.
is moving. AVGO 425s right now, and it is moving. It's already above the pre-market high. It is continuing to surge. This is a good one.
All right, guys.
AVGO.
Bristol Myers getting that lift off, guys. Of course, this one could be having news at any point in the day, and we could see continued push. And if you're degenerate, then you're looking at something like DFNS getting the lift again above the 61s this morning. Gilead starting to make a move there. I'm trying to get into this bad boy. It did not go really red here, so I'm going to go ahead and just try to get in here now as it holds the move. I'll look for the break here above and look for ads on pullbacks. So going in and jumping into Gilead there, you saw me jump in an immediate green satisfaction. That's what you want to see, guys. Immediate green satisfaction.
I can't get no satisfaction.
I can't get no. Oh. Look at AMZN. I told you guys, look for potentially this one as a leader to continue to take off. I had this one earlier in the week. It came down. Look at the takeoff, Jesse. Look at that takeoff,
Look at
baby.
that. That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
That's called a cup and handle pattern given to you here on Monday. Looking for the cup and handle. Hey, and that's all I got to say, guys. Grab your coffee. If you want your coffee, it's right here on Trade the Pool. I'll keep giving you guys some of these stocks. Look at that takeoff, Jesse. Look, 411s already. Just straight. What is that? And dare I say it, Jesse? That's, my friend, is a boner candle.
You do the sound effect and say the word, dude. That's like cheating, but good job. Good job.
Hey. Hopefully we don't get hit on YouTube for that one, but gotta enjoy it, guys, because that is not a bad candle to be along on. If you got long AMZN this morning, because we were looking at the red to green action, right? 390s right before the gates. Look what it does. Look what it does. And I can't say this enough, Jesse. Sometimes this pattern right here, this one right here, the break the pre-market support and then send it.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah.
It's
Dude,
pretty.
imagine you're there with the approach that I just talked about, ladder approaching, right? So you see the support, you're there, you say, I want 10 shares at 389, I want 10 shares at 388, I want 10 shares at 387, right? You get all three of those fills. You're filled in at 388, 30 shares. You risk maybe potentially $60, and the stock rips up there. What? Not 15. What? 25 points.
Yeah.
So you don't need a lot for 25 points, right? If you're getting 25 points run, you don't need a lot, guys.
You don't. Like you say, wicks or tricks. Palantir looking like we got some real wicks here in the last couple of minutes. And it has hit the 165s, and it is plunging down now. It does not want to go above 164, 165 for Palantir.
Name that could pull back today is SoFi. So if you're shorter, here, I'll give you one. I'll tee it up on the short side too. So watch for SoFi potential pullback today.
SpaceX continuing to fall after earnings, and we are below pre-market now and 109. So going to continue to watch SpaceX. Mitch's prediction could very well be right, guys. Double digits potentially coming for SpaceX. And then with those shares that will be offloading tomorrow, I believe the number is 911 million shares could be offloaded tomorrow. And the float is going to increase in size. It's going to be very interesting to watch SpaceX in the next, for really the rest of this week, to see what happens. Where is the ship going to land with SpaceX?
It's all about healthcare today, guys. That's what I'm seeing in the tape right now, and I'm trying to jump on it before I miss it here. So I'll explain it as I jump on it here. But it's all about healthcare. What I'm seeing is it's up 1% on the day. I'm going to bring in another tool. I don't like to do this. We stick to tools that we have, but always have tools in your tool belt, right? So what do you see here? Right up on the day, you're seeing healthcare up 1.07%, but it's up 1.3% from the open. So essentially, it was giving you no signs before the gate. Right before the gate snapped, they didn't let you know that they wanted to take this. And now that the market's been open, now that the big boys are trading the auction, you're seeing a quick upside. So pullbacks on 15 minutes are ways to play this and looking for upside. And now I'm seeing the downside move in the name that I really want, which is Microsoft. Microsoft getting the downside. We talked about this.
That.
Potentially here, guys. So I want to get short this name on any bounce here now. I don't want to chase it, but any bounce back here to 495s, I'm going to be looking for a short on Microsoft.
Microsoft, yeah. Laura, hey, good morning. Bonetta, hey, congratulations again on that 25K eval account you won yesterday, Bonetta. Also, guys, only 20 more likes to go on this stream. 20 more likes to go. Hit the like button if you would be so kind. We're going to give away another 25K eval with just 20 more likes. So I know there's at least 20 people out there that could just press that little like button and we can give away another 25K eval.
Let's go. Sound that alarm. We'll see what happens there. Johnson & Johnson going to the green here. Probably my biggest position, but I like this name. Why? Because it's part of my strategies to look for names right underneath that 9 EMA, looking for momentum to come back into play. So when I see the daily charts, one of the number one tips that I can give beginners, when you take your entry, go to the daily chart. Would you be happy if you saw this and another trader gave it to you? If the answer is no, hit that out button. If the answer is yes, you did yourself a favor, right? Which is what? I got in and I executed not only on an intraday chart, but I executed essentially on a daily chart, right? Where my execution level, I'd be happy looking back at that, right? And that is so telling, man. I can't tell you how much gold that is for you. So keep looking at the market. Tell me if you're seeing any trade setups. And the chat out there, keep throwing up stocks. I'll keep trying to catch as much from the chat as possible.
I would like some gold. You got some gold for me? You can just send that gold right on over here, Money Mitch. You can send some gold over here.
Well, just look at the gold trade going higher. Look at gold right now. AU
and silver.
One of my leading stocks. It gapped up today. Gold is actually up 4.09 from the open. So what I do is I look at from the open, which was the one that maybe didn't make the move in the pre-market, but is now starting to wake up. And this is a smaller name, so I'll bring it up here. Mako. Mako should be a shark, but MAKO. You see this one? Look at this little smaller name consolidating, trying to break above the 8.
And then poof,
right?
Yep, there it goes.
The only key is look at the volume pickup, right? This name normally doesn't trade any volume, but today it's trading 14,000 shares. What is that? That's algos going to scoop.
Yep. And like Tack is saying as well, gold and silver. Silver is also going up as well. So that's another thing to look at. The other thing I'm watching, of course, MU, the semiconductor industry as a whole. MU, we hit 901, bonked our head again on this $900 level and fall. So I'm wondering, is that going to be the case again all day? That happened several times yesterday with MU. We get up to the $900 level, we just cannot break and hold it. So I'm going to be, going to be watching that this morning.
Watching the stock that I've been telling you guys for a while now, ANF and AEO, those look like potential pushes there. Cyclical names kind of holding in there. Microsoft coming back here, looking like it wants me to get a nice short here on Microsoft today. I am seeing technology just slightly up from the open today. It did kind of start to show a little weakness. The strength, computer systems. So I'll be looking to see what's underneath there, looking really well. Dell with the lead there. And the stock that was going up this morning, pre-market, Arista Network, ANET, right, that we talked about the earnings with AMD, is going down, right? So that's a telling sign. AMD is actually going up right? So you're seeing that kind of piston effect, right? Where one now is going down and the other one's coming back up. What is that? That's called algorithms, man. So if you're here just beating your head onto the floor because you're like, how does this one go up? How does that one go down? That's exactly how they do it to you. That's the algorithms playing games. All right, we'll see what happens there. There's my Microsoft alert there. I'm going to try to get short Microsoft here, guys.
In PLTR, it is trying to push. It is trying to push right now. We're at 166. We'll see if we can hold 165, 166, but I don't know. I think it's going to be tough. Again, I'm going back, looking at these daily candles, and every time we get right about here, just a little bit above here, we fall with PLTR. So I am wondering if we're going to find some support up in the 160s. Q's barely up, kind of flat on the day, really. It's not doing too much with the Q's. Not doing too much there. And then, like Money Mitch said,
Microsoft.
AMD is still down 5%. So I'm waiting to see. There is somewhat of a recovery here. Let me take a look at this. Yep. There is a little bit of a recovery from earnings, but my gosh, earnings was tough last night. And thank you for everyone that joined us for our fun earnings stream last night with Steve and myself. Caesar that showed up. We had Josh for a few minutes come in. Tons of fun. We had a good time. But yeah, some of these candles on AMD, they were wicked to the downside with AMD. We were still profitable with some of our trading last night live, which was a good time. SpaceX was a really good trade, but AMD, it hurt our trading. It hurt our trading last night, or should I say me, because I was trading live. Still profitable, but AMD was definitely a hurtful stock last night.
Oh yeah, back and forth, right? All right, we'll see what happens out there. SPY coming a quick little peak to the upside, and the Q's making a quick little peak to the upside, but now starting to slow down a little bit. Are we reaching towards the daily resistance that I talked about? And this is the concern for us today. You know, Money Mitch can call the upside, and he can also have the, you know what, Jesse, to call the downside too. So today is the tap resistance and turn back around days. Watch out for the traps. At least that's what I'm worried about. Doesn't mean you trade that way, but I'll definitely put it on the radar for you that today is an easy day to trap upside action out of the first 30 minutes of the day and then wash traders. Why? Because we're all on that euphoria right now. We're all feeling like even the bears are probably buying today.
Right. Well, because of what Money Mitch is saying, guys, I haven't even traded yet. I'm literally just sitting back, watching as an observer to see where I want to go and what I want to do at this point. So I think there's nothing wrong with just saying, hey, I don't know where the market's going to go. I want to sit back. I more and more, I think that's more of a wise decision to sit back and say, I just want to observe the market, because when I sit back for a while and observe, that's when I can actually read what's going on the charts and not read something into it and get myself in a trade that I regret almost as soon as I get in. So I really find slowing down, especially at the open, and just really watching where it's going and where it might be headed to be a better method for myself in trading. And good morning, Snowman. Good to see you here in chat.
Seeing that downside come in there, I just added there to Microsoft. Now I got 16 shares of Microsoft short. I did get stopped out in some names this morning, so starting a little bit in the red, we'll try to work our way back. The idea here is always to be smart, right? So I'm down 226, transparent as ever. There's no one out there like me. I'll tell you that right now. I swear there's no one out there like me, man. You guys tell me if there's a single trader out there that tells you their losses, shows you their positions literally on the screen, lets you watch entries, shows you setups before they take it. There is no one. There's not a single person that I've met out there that is actually doing this. So if you guys know somebody, please let me know, because I'd even like to watch them so that I can learn from them, because everyone has the opportunity to learn right here from me. Let's keep watching the action. My idea, bounce back half of the loss, right? Don't think full loss, bounce back. If I can take back 100, 150 back from the market, I'm going to try to do just that.
MU, baby, has broken over finally the $900 mark. We're at 913. It's up 2% on the day. So looking like if we can hold up here in the 900s, maybe we can reclaim and keep the $900 level for MU, at least maybe for a day. That would be kind of nice. DFNS, hey, it wants to have its day again in the sun. It's up 30% again today. This stock, it won't die. It won't just go back down and kind of have just, a 2% kind of day, a 5%. It still wants to move. Also want to highlight DBGI. That was up a lot in the pre-market and has continued to slide at opening bell. It's up only 13% right now on the day, but wow, that thing really had some moves in the pre-market for that was DBGI.
Just added to my short on Microsoft. It just broke to the low, looking for a quick flush here. Flush trade, flush it. It's time to flush
down the toilet.
Today. All right, guys, if anybody's out there, if you could hit the flush on your toilet right now, that might help my trade. So I heard that gravity pulls things down. Let's see what happens.
That is true. I don't know if that's going to help your trading money, Mitch, but you never know. Hey, I'll go flush the toilet for you. I can go run over there and go flush it. Get it going.
We need a toilet sound, producer.
We do. That would be sweet. That would be sweet.
No, I want an animation. I want a toilet over the screen, and I want a candle that starts at the top above the toilet and goes into the toilet. That would be it, man. And here's the trade given to you guys where? On the playbook, of course. This morning, I covered this trade. Watch for Microsoft. Potential move towards 500 and then reversal action, right? That's exactly what's playing out. How you played it is all you, right? But that's what I can do, right? I can't give you guys how to like here, alert 26, 27. No, that is not what I'm going to give you. But can I give you the style, the idea, right? Now that I can do.
That's true. That's true. Some of these comments in here are funny. Ken says, we are the best. Thank you, Ken. Kenjala. Good to see you in chat. Steve, I like the patience. Thank you, sir. Good to see you in chat. Always a good familiar face to see Steve. Yeah, and I'm you mentioned Marvell right at the bell, Money Mitch, and it has been a stair stepper on up 21s with Marvell right now.
All right, great mention in the chat by Talk, and I love catching mentions in the chat, right? So what he's talking about is how GEV is making a new high. Why would GEV and certain kind of names be making new highs? Another thing is in the industrial sector is doing well today. What is that? That's oil coming down, right? XLE coming down here is starting to wash out a little bit. That's going to help some of that action, right? So if you can see energy continue to fade off, watch for those trades to continue to do well. Airlines are doing well this morning, right? Metal fabrication, engineering, construction, diversified industrials like ETN, right? That's an energy player that could be seeing higher. EMR up 4.16% out the gates. Those are industry-wide moves that I'm catching and trying to be on top of. Just got stopped out of all healthcare. That tells me more and more I'm being a little bit careful here, right? I did get some stop outs, right? But I'm going to be smart with that and try to tackle the trades that I was watching this morning. Microsoft down. Let's go ahead and stick with the trade that's working, right? You can't get mad about losing. You can only do what? Focus on the winners, right? Let that one wash, keep playing the game, and let's go see if we can see Microsoft take down.
And with MU up, that means DRAM is also climbing. DRAM is also on the move. The ETF that I hold a few shares in on my swing, and still have a long way to go from that epic fall, if you want to call it epic, a couple of weeks ago with semiconductors. But DRAM coming back. DRAM looking like it might want to do something. So that would be kind of nice. I might get in a trade with MU. We're at 920s now. I might wait here for a pullback. We're above the pre-market high of 912. Might wait for a little bit of a pullback and then go long if it continues to show signs of life.
All right, looking for a potential short ad there on Microsoft at some point, but don't want to do it just yet. So I'm looking for the next wave bounce. right? So things are waves, right? So we're going to look for a wave back to the trend line, what I call trend line approaches. So that's a move back up into this space, the 491s, and then I can hammer down. If it just washes here, let it go, right? Let it go, right? This is
Let it
just money in
go.
the bank,
Let it
right?
go. Money.
Just to put it in perspective, I'm already $100 up on Microsoft, right? So I'm trying to bounce back here, guys. Let's see if I can get the bounce back. I'm down 284 gross, right? That's with fees and everything. We're gonna come back here. Let's go, Microsoft.
All right, just got in a trade with MU. I mean, this thing is a locomotive going straight up. Of course, as soon as I got in the pullback, it's continuing to kind of slide and kind of like hesitate here. So we'll see what it does. But MU up now over 3% on the day, up to 924s.
Yeah, I think it's all about watching the cues right now, and I'm going to watch it on a 30 minutes, right? So watch for the cues, right? The cues is going to tell us a lot here, right? You see that topping? Man, look at my screen here, dude. Look at the topping on the line that we drew this morning. We look at that.
Yeah. I
Look
see
at
your
that,
screen.
man. That is
Man.
1, 2, 3. So what do we need to look for? The rule of three, Money Mitch says it, right? You see three resistance tests. You see the washout come here. They're going to try to take it above the 728.40s now. If it can't get above that, it starts to really solidify a resistance, right? When you touch on the 1 minute, 1, 2, 3, 4 different times on a specific level, it creates more of that consistent support. Why? It's almost a full 5-minute candle. So at a full 5-minute candle at that level, right? So if you think about it, you go to like a 5-minute. I don't have a 5-minute, but you see how it creates more of that signal right there, right? So then now it creates more of that top look. On the 15, you look like you're pulling back to the 725s, right? So we'll see what happens. Doesn't mean that I'm right. I'm just trying to show you guys the action, right?
Yep. And then MU hit up a 926, went up $2 and started. It's wicked down a little bit. I'm wondering if we're catching up with this 9 EMA. Maybe tap it and go back up, but we'll see. Was that maybe the top? I'm still in the trade at the moment. I'm still waiting. Just 5 shares, nothing really. Might average in here if I think it's worth it. But we'll see we will see what happens here. It definitely is starting to trickle down a little bit.
I'm feeling so good about this Microsoft short. I just have to hold in on my pants here, guys. Let's see what happens. Don't let your shorts rip off when you're short, baby. Hold them.
Fine.
Hold the line, right?
Hold the line. So I just averaged in. With 10 more shares, so now I'm in at 917.91 to get back in profit. But MU, it continues to want to fall. Don't do that, MU. Don't fall right now. We need you to go back up.
I'm sorry, my friend. I am going to wish you well today, but I don't know if it's going to be able to happen.
Well,
Really, I think
see.
it's all about watching AMD and that like ANET. That can be another signal. ANET's continued down right out the gates. Let's see if you get the bounce, right? Yep. AMD went right back down. It got to 500 and then came back down, which is only a 50% retracement of last night's action, which could be a fade also, right? Like that's a Steve play, right? If you guys don't know Steve loves 50% retracements and fibs, right? So if you look at the action from last night and you would go to the auto, right? You'd zoom back, right? So you draw what's called a fib, right? A fib retracement, right? You do it from the wick last night to the wick on the bottom of the first action, and look where the 50% lines up. This is why I do this, guys, to show you guys that why Steve trades this way, right? So look at this action, right? You see how it comes right into the 50%, slightly tweaks, but then turns right back around. So this is kind of your red zone and your red zone area now to look to see if you got resistance holding up, right? So a lot of traders will take those 50% retracements and then short off of them, right? So we'll see what happens there.
Could have taken some profit there. Definitely should have. We're going back to the pre-market high, it looks like, with MU. And I'm going to continue to hold here just for a little bit longer, see what it does. We do have VWAP here just slightly below us, just using the 1-minute chart at the moment. And I don't feel terrible about this trade at the moment. And this is going to end up just being a scalp if I can get it back into some profit.
All right, guys, having a good one there today. Ready to rock and roll, baby. Ready to see the softy get soft.
Softy
Let's
gets
go.
soft.
Yeah, they call us Microsoft Softy. Well, let's go. You know, what will be a nice tell sign. See the
What's
whole
that?
mags go red, right?
Ooh,
That would
yeah.
be the tell sign, right? Well, look how the mags is going red right now as we speak. Now I want to start seeing this drop like a tank, right? I need to see Google go red. I want to see Amazon go red. I want to see what? Meta go red. I want to see Nvidia go red, right? Nvidia is the one that's holding up. Why? It has the better report than AMD, right? AMD's report kind of looking like, oh, maybe you're not catching up to Nvidia, right? So if there's one stock that I will tell you guys that is showing some life, last 3 days, it's Nvidia, and that's me going against my book. So if I'm telling you that, it's for a reason, right? So take a look to see if maybe Nvidia starts to lead again, right? Like, and this is a quick, easy thing you can do. You can overlay NVIDIA on any chart and see if it's outperforming other tech names, right? So just giving you guys some insight there that I'm seeing on the chart. Got to take it. Got to take the insight and then
Gotta take it.
you go test it, right? You take everything that we say and you go test it. You're like, are they talking or are they real, right? Right? Because if I'm talking, then call me out, right? Because I'm always about that, right? Like I think it's important, right? I do the same thing for Michael, right? You guys see me, we'll battle, right? We'll battle on the stream. Why? We're traders that believe in our skill and believe in our craft and try to really understand the markets, right? So part of that is testing knowledge, right? Like don't just take knowledge, test it, find out, and then you can have that confidence to speak, right?
Yep,
All right,
yep,
what's going on out
definitely.
there, traders? How we doing out there? What are you guys looking at? Let's catch some stocks from the chat. When entering Gilead, accidentally typed GLD, not the worst mistake. Dude, talk about a nice one. So don't worry. I took the loss in Gilead for you, my friend, and you were able to get the winner, right? So, hey, can't be mad. Can't be mad about that. And the wrong stock today helping you out.
Yeah. Yep. Still in this trade with MU. It does. It's kind of hung up here at the 914s, just below the 9 EMA, and it's not sure what it wants to do at the moment.
All right, it's time to start looking for SOX S. So now I want to
Success.
start.
Yeah.
Now I want to start seeing reversal. I'm trying to jump on the cues topping out, right? So what do I need to do? I need to be patient here versus fast. So I need to see the cues go back through the open. If what I'm saying is true, you don't get too early. You wait for the cues to go red for the ad, right? So I'm going to do just that. I'm going to be waiting for the cues to go red. And as soon as I start to see that, I start to attack on the shorts. So that's what I'll be watching for right now. Right? So don't jump into
All right.
SOX S right here. I'll be looking at SOX S once I get that breakdown, right? So you see how SOX S can trap me right now if I'm going long it. But what I want to see is this thing attempt to wash out some traders right here. And then all of a sudden you see a quick whipsaw back to the upside, right? Whipsaw, not stair step, whipsaw. You see how here is stair step higher? We want to see one big bar take that. That's what you call whipsaw action, right? Where it's literally like it says it, right? Whoosh, right back to the upside.
Right. Right. Well, I'm temporarily in profit at the moment with MU. I think it's gonna move. I think it's gonna push up. I do. I think it's gonna potentially push up even for a few minutes here. Hopefully.
I'm just
This is
seeing
not financial
Microsoft go
advice.
lower. I'm just seeing Microsoft go lower. Mag's really kind of coming lower here. If I take a look at Amazon breaking down here today. Meta starting to go in the red here. Google going into the red. You see what I'm seeing, Jesse? So at
Red,
least
red, red.
the big boys are showing the weakness. Now the question is, can the rest of the boys hold up the market? Can MU, can SK Hynix, right? Those names hold up the market. They're doing it right now, right? Like, and I love SK Hynix. You guys know it. I had it yesterday and got washed out on that AMD trade, Jesse. Oh man, so frustrating, dude. So
SK
frustrating. I had a really nice position. Remember I kept telling you that 151 breakout yesterday?
Yep.
Where did we get the breakout eventually? Right through that 151. And you know how I got in? The same alert that I mentioned here on the stream. As soon as the alert came on, I was like, okay, now it's time to go back.
Yep. It was definitely one to watch. I hold a swing in SK Heine, and I would like to see it. I'd like to see it push back up, just like I would like to see MU push back up here. We fell to the pre-market high, and looks like we might hold there. We're now on the 20 EMA. We might even tap this VWAP. Can we hold above it? Can we hold above here? Are we still bullish? It's up, MU up over 2% today. Gosh, I'd like to see a good move here.
Man, that's all you got, SpaceX? That's all you got, dude?
Oh, what's it
That's
doing?
all you got?
Oh,
Man,
it's at 112s. It's at 112s. Oh,
It can't get a lift if it wants to, man.
no liftoff. No liftoff for SpaceX.
The investors saw what the Starship is doing to the balance sheets and was like,
all right, we just went past VWAP for MU. We just broke VWAP.
The Starship has nothing to do with anything that is beneficial for the company. It's all about just saying that we're the best rocket out there, right? And so that's a problem because the Starship's more for what? It's more for what Elon wanted to do in the first place, which was go to Mars, right? Yep. And so it's kind of like he needs to bend the Starship, the mentality behind the Starship. Oh no, now we're going to use this to get things to the moon, right? So watch for that transition. That could maybe help things, but there has to be a pivot of narrative for the Starship because it's so expensive to make that you have to pivot it. It needs to be good for the business, right? And not bad for the business. Watch for that pivot in SpaceX for SpaceX investors. That's why I like talking about SpaceX because like I'm not in it. And so I feel like I can have that outlook. I'm not short it. I'm not long it, right? I know that people think, oh, well, Mitch, you're just a SpaceX bear. Believe it or not, I love SpaceX. I think it's been one of the best ever, right? But I even like Velo that makes 3D products for it, right? But the truth is, it just came out at a high valuation, right? Very high valuation of where it should be. It has what's called investor premium in it, where if you want in, you got to pay up. And so you have to pay up and believe in the long-term story. This is almost a stock that you buy and you put away and you close your eyes. Right. So that's why I'm trying to wait until all the investors have their eyes closed back below 100, like at 70. And they're just like, oh my God, is this thing going to zero? And then I'm going to start hitting the buy button.
And that's when you're going to buy.
That's when I'm going to go and I'm going to be like, wife, I'm sorry. You don't know this, but I took out a big loan that you need to know about. It's already done, so we can't go back.
We just bought the company SpaceX. It's worth nothing.
It's the big reason why I've been working on the credit, honey. It's not. I wanted high credit. It's because I wanted a loan for SpaceX. Don't worry, sweetie. We got it at a discount. We got it at a discount.
We got it, baby.
Lee, it's good to see you.
Lisa Lee.
Yes, it's good to see you. These are traders that I know from other streams also. So it's good to see some faces making it, man. Love to see you out there. Isn't SpaceX highly shorted? Yeah, very highly shorted. I think it's like 20% of the float, right? Some crazy thing. You're getting a reversal in SpaceX there. And what is the Qs doing today? It seems like someone hit the pause button. And then what did we do? man, this is a just stop me when I'm on fire because
Come
this is
on,
when I gotta
Hughes.
stop. Stop. Look. What did we do? We got
Look
up
at
to
that.
that level. We were
Yep.
gonna fake out and try to break above it, and then at that point, what has happened since then? Elevator down,
Mm,
right? So be careful. That is resistance right now. If you want the cues, you want tech names to continue delivering, we need to get back above that, right? Cut in the open is a danger sign here. You see how you cut, and you wick there? And let's see if we get a flush down through there. You see how what you're essentially doing right now is getting a tight range. We need to wait till we get out of this range now. It's either a break of the pre-market support or a break of this big resistance on the daily, right? So
yep.
you can see that, right? And I'm trying my best to keep everyone like more tame today, right, in their thinking, because we can't just keep lifting off and lifting off. At some point, there's pullbacks that play, right? And it's not washouts, it's pullbacks. And so you just got to be careful. Remember, like I was mentioning yesterday, how we're more in scout mentality and riding the waves right now? It's kind of like that, right? Like every single wave right now is the best wave. And there's been that one. Oh, I ride that one. That was a good one. Oh man, the best wave is coming. All right, I ride that one. Oh man, I ride that one. But soon, like every time in the ocean, the waves calm down, right?
Yep.
So watch out for the calm down. And today could be that setup type of day.
Okay, I'm out of my MU trade. I let it fall to past VWAP. I averaged down twice. It worked out for me. It's now curling back around above VWAP, so made a little profit there. But took a little while to actually get it, and was a little scary there for a moment because we were dropping pretty heavily for a few minutes with MU.
All right, we're getting towards the time where StockX starts to look a little bit more attractive, as I would like to say. So watching for that undercut on the daily. So the daily support is really coming into play here and
Oh,
really
nice.
holding well.
Lisa
So
says she watched Mitch from his beginning. Mitch, how long ago
literally,
was that beginning? I know you've been doing this a long time.
literally, it's been some time. So she's heard me from the very start, and I think at least I hope Lisa can say I've made some improvements. That's what I would say. Like everybody out there, right?
Well, I
We
said that
all
would be
want to
the hope
just
for
make
all of us.
improvements.
Exactly.
But yeah, it started really in the early Benzinga days with pre-market prep. If you guys don't know, I've been with Benzinga, and that was back in kind of like 2018.
Wow.
2020s is really when I joined early Benzinga. I was in the background a little bit before that, but that's what it's all about, man. Been pushing hard, so we're talking, 6 years doing this. And the number one thing that I can say, edge, rotation, sector, industries, themes. Can't say it more. If you don't
You bring it up
understand
every
that,
day. You bring it up every day, and I'm finding it more and more is important.
because if you know the flavor of the day, you can win the day.
Yeah.
Simple as that. If you know the flavor, it's like walking into the ice cream shop every day, and the flavor of the day is where you want to be going.
Right.
You don't want to be going into that old vanilla that you keep going back to. You want to be looking at that pistachio, baby, of the day.
Exactly. Flavor of the day. MU curling back up now. Now it's at 918s. Should have stayed in the trade. I should have. It was getting really wicky. It was bouncing back and forth, and I thought, okay, that's profit. Just take it. But you know what? Should have held on to a couple of runners and just let it do its thing and stop me out at a different point, because would have made a bit more.
Yeah, definitely would have, man. And I'm kind of glad I got out of my health trades, man. They've been just been really stagnant today, like the market, right? So, sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some, right? And today it's okay to be wrong, right? I got to tell myself that quickly, because what I want to have is what's called white powder, right? I need that powder today. I need that powder to play. The one thing you don't want to do today in a choppy day is burn out your risk way too early in the day. And then the market makes a big move. And then what are you stuck? You're stuck watching and being upset. Then it starts leaking into your tomorrow and leaking into your Friday. don't let yourself ruin one thing that's very vital to all subjective traders, which is called mental capital, right? We only have so much of it. Some have more than others. Some have less than others, right? Less patience, less discipline, right? So don't burn through that. That's what you do when you overtrade. It's not only burning money, you're burning your level of execution, your level to stay prime. It's kind of like if you were a sports athlete and you just came after every shot that came after you, right? Like every time you went down the court, you shot a three. Well, the odds are you're not going to have a very efficient game doing that, right? You need to pick and choose, right? We pick and choose. We play when we want to play. Still looking for the cues to break the open. That's the only reason I'm not long success here. The only reason. When you establish plans, you can execute the plans. When you don't, you go into more freak out mode. And when we're in freak out mode, we're just trying to guess in directions. Don't be that guesser, right? Make sure that you're knowing what's happening on. Now, one stock that is lifting, and I gave it to you early, which is NVIDIA, of course.
NVIDIA, yeah.
Look at the difference in structure for this stock. Let's go take a quick peek.
Yeah, SpaceX hitting an interesting level. It's trying to tap the 116s where it closed, where it was yesterday's low, by the way.
You see the action on NVIDIA today versus the action on a lot of stocks, right? So a lot of more just straight upside holding the 9 EMA. That's called momentum, right? So the momentum's in this one right now. It doesn't mean it's going to hold forever, because if the Qs start dropping fast, right, NVIDIA could come down. But it just shows me more and more, this one has some gas paddle. And it's going to the trend line approach. Man, we even drew this line. This is what it's all about, man. Too many times traders come in here and they're thinking like this is why I love doing this. This is a trend line approach. I talk about this in the pre-market. I'm telling you it again. This is drawing out the line, and I just drew this line and I said eventually NVIDIA is probably going to come right to this trendline approach as we were getting this strength. Look how quickly it goes to there, right? Always look sometimes, not just necessarily for breakouts on trend lines, look for them to act like magnets. It's like a strong magnet, and the price action has a tendency of coming back to it, right? So the play could have been to be buying NVIDIA on the support and selling it for this trade right here. Not necessarily looking for breakout, but to the trend line. I think too many traders always wait for trend line approaches to happen. They're waiting for the stock to show them all this strength, and today's the day that they're getting in. What does that leave you to? It leaves you to a lot of downside risk versus just trying to play this play. This play is just as good as maybe potentially getting, and I'll show you the difference, right? So this play is the same as trying to go after this, right? So I'm going to draw it in a box to kind of really give you the education side on this, right? So this is this reward, right? But if you get that same size reward, and I'm going to draw another box on top of that so that we can see the difference, right? So then now let's go ahead and let's get this drawing here to actually hold it. So now above that, that's the same play as buying it here and selling it all the way to 252. So you understand the difference, right? You can either be buying support where you know levels are and you know where your risk is underneath here, or you're buying breakout, risking down into an empty spot where very little price discovery is and looking for the breakout. I'd rather be the one that's selling into this move than the buyers of this one, right? Because this one has very low odds of happening. Breakouts don't happen as often as this one does, right? The approach to the trend line, right? And so pure education moment here. I hope you guys are enjoying moments like that during the show. Coming back to you, Jesse. How's the trading action?
Yeah, man, I just got into a SpaceX long. I wanted to buy it on a dip here because of the way that the chart has been looking this morning. It's working out well. It's trying to go back up to high a day at 115 at the moment. And just got in long on this dip. It went down several candles, and I thought, you know what? The way this pattern is playing out, this looks like a good time to buy in. And so right off the 20 EMA, it's continuing to find some life. Continuing to find life. So we'll see. I might want to trim up here, but I'm also just feeling like, I just kind of want to be in the trade too. So we'll see. I might take some off here if we push back up. Might take some off. So we're finding some support here on the 9 EMA. I'm just going to take 10 shares. Pull my stop up a little bit so I'm more at like break even. And just let it ride. Gonna let it ride and see what it will do. Can we go back up to the 115s? To the 115 to the high of day. We're actually at 115. So 115.89 is high of day. Low of yesterday is 116.14. Can we bust through that? Can we actually do something with SpaceX? Earnings fell so hard we're still down 8%. I feel like SpaceX is having a good day, but because of earnings in last night's debacle with SpaceX, it's still down a lot. So we still have a lot more to recover. It's probably not going to completely recover, do what it did yesterday. I'm sure it was a nice stair stepper on up into the 120s. So yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what it does here. We will have to see. Now we're just kind of playing on dancing. We're dancing on the 9, dancing on the 9. But yeah, wasn't a massively profitable trade, but looks like it stopped me out. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it. Why? Because I got profit in it. I feel like I read the tape fairly well. I knew where the dip was before it started to come back in my favor. Could have done more shares. Could have had more profit with it. But I'm perfectly content with taking quick, short scalps, even with smaller share size. Maybe that's just me, but I enjoy doing that. Silver, which I do not really trade, but I do watch. Silver, I think Jane likes silver. Our airplane Jane. This thing, look at this stair stepper today. Woo! Oh, man. Pardon me. Silver is looking hot. Silver is looking good today. High 56.74. Up almost 5%. So that's looking pretty good today. Go back to MU, check that out, see what it's doing. MU is still up above the pre-market. Look at this. Could have stayed in that trade I was in earlier. Let me show you where I was at. So I got in the trade here at 923.02, and I averaged in 915.55. Don't know what I was doing there. I guess I averaged in again. Looks like it. And then when I averaged in below again at 906, that really helped me get into a spot of being able to take profit at like 911 and getting stopped out of the trade somewhere around there as well. Should have, would have, should have, didn't. Could have stayed in for a lot more, and it continues to look for high a day now as we're tapping the 923s with MU. So always fun lessons to be learned in trading on the go. Guys, especially when you're trading live on stream and you're trying to do and manage multiple things, it's tons of fun. It's tons of fun. I enjoy it. Fun, man. Palantir knocking its head. Jeez, look at, it's just, I think I did call it on this. I don't call everything correct, but hit 166. And that's, at the moment, all she wrote. It did not want to go above that. We have been falling with Palantir. We're in the 161s and continuing to look for more lower lows today. Continuing to fall with the Palantir. Let's see. What else do we have going on? AMD. Little AMD action. Looks like we're just dancing on VWAP with AMD. What did we get up to today? Let's take a peek at that. 502. 502. Yesterday's low was 503.31. 502 exactly. We bonk up at 502, and we have been slipping and sliding on down with AMD. Can it go back up to the 500s? Can it find support at the $500 level? We will see. We will see. Looks like we're tapping into pre-market high of day at 486.65. So we'll have to see if we can hold above this pre-market. Hold above. It doesn't look like it wants to, though. We are literally on it right now, and we just went past it. So AMD looking a little bearish after last night's earnings. It's going to be interesting to see. Make sure you guys come back this afternoon. I won't be here. I'd love to be here, but I'm not going to be on the stream. SNDK. We do earnings for SNDK tonight. That's going to be another big one for the semiconductors. Looking forward to seeing what happens with SNDK this evening. Steve will be back bringing his excellent analysis, charts, ideas. Hopefully they'll also do some live trading as well. Always a good time with earnings. So tonight's a big one.
Definitely. Always a big one out there, guys. And I think it's always about just continuing to watch the current environment. Now the Q's starting to lose a little altitude. Going to watch to see if they break down the lows here as we're getting through the first hour of the day. Can we go red on the Q's here? And that continues my Microsoft trade down. I don't even want to touch it here. I have a really good trade, and it doesn't want to bounce a single bit today. Telling me more and more I'm seeing more leaking in the Mag 7, right? So that's what I'm going to continue to watch here. The only thing that I think brings it back is if the mag starts to rip higher here. If not, this could keep dragging the Qs here. The SPY is also doing the same thing. A lot of topping action, a lot of slowing down. You could start seeing some pickup in areas right now to the downside. So that's what I'm betting on, and I'm going to start taking some more bets here as the Qs go red. Right? I've been waiting for that. Now I'm going to start getting after it.
Snowman wants to know, Mitch, can you look at TBLA?
All right, just give me 1 second trying to fill in SOX S here, and then I'm going to look for an ad
pull it up
here.
On my chart as well for Snowman, TBLA Snowman. Let's go ahead and pull that up here on my charts. We'll take a look. We'll take a look at TBLA.
Got a starter there and looking to add on any pullbacks here for SOX S. Starter on SOX S long. Of course, that means me going bearish some semiconductors. So going bearish some tech. And what was the ticker here? So I'll go knocking out at it now.
TBLA.
All right, so we're going taboo. All right, so we're talking penny stock here. It's holding the 9 EMA. So at least for the time being, you're looking good. You did get a nice liquidity attempt here. Let's draw out the rule of three. I can't tell you enough how much I can do this all day long, guys. So we're going to draw out the rule, right? And we're going to stick to the 1 minute outlook here. But the support is going to be down to here. So watch for the quick liquidity type move towards that 395, right? So you're seeing what? A move that's come up to here. A pullback, right? Your first pullback is back towards support, not towards that little like chop in between here. That's where a lot of traders will get it wrong. You need to actually make a move towards resistance and support. So then there's your support, there's your resistance, right? Then now you're trying to make a move right back into the support, right? Then you can start chopping around, right? Then you can start working your way like this. And then you want to see eventually, can it respect that level and then get above, right? This is the way that I draw out the trade and look for the trade to work out, right? Doesn't mean it has to work like this 100%, but when you draw out the trade, it gives you better ability to do what? React to the moments versus being scared at those moments, right? When the moment comes, when you need to click the button, you don't want to be overthinking. You don't need to be scared. You need to be ready because you're the man with the plan. Or the woman.
Man with the plan. I like that.
Or the woman, right?
Or the woman. Yeah.
Forget about our women traders. They're really good. Microsoft now bouncing a little bit here. So you might see a little bounce as the Qs hit the open and hit it right on the hammer. So let's see if the Qs really want to come down here or not. As the Qs went right to the opening price, right? I drew this area, right? The box. You see how you undercut it and then you kind of come back. Now we need to
Yeah.
see, do they wash or does it come back to the 728s? Tighter ranges today, not expansions that we were seeing yesterday. Remember expansions of range where we're seeing the SPY just be like pop, 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 pop. Not the same market
Right.
that we were seeing yesterday, right? So more of digestion of the last 4 days,
Mm.
right? Digestion. Like the market needs some Pepto today, baby. It needs some Pepto, and it's not getting its Pepto, so it might start having a stomach ache. So get ready. Indigestion is what we're seeing.
And it needs some coffee. It needs to wake up. Some of these things are a little too choppy, like the chat has pointed out in the last few minutes. I'm looking at AVGO at the moment. Just kind of choppy, just kind of some sideways action with AVGO at the moment. And yeah, the markets, it needs to be caffeinated. Rooster Booster, Red Bull, stuff I don't drink. Or at least just some coffee, which I do drink every day, all the time.
Love it, man.
SPY up just a little bit. Looks like we had a dip in SPY. I didn't catch this dip. I didn't watch this kind of go down at the 774s, but we definitely have moved back up, and we are finally moving back up to above VWAP. So interesting on the SPY as well. But overall, if you look at the day, choppy. It's choppy. 776 down to 774. Okay. Cool. We're just kind of playing in a range really right now, it looks like, on the SPY. Just playing in a range, playing in the sandbox.
You know it, my friend. All right, looking around at the action there. Trying to see what else is going to happen here. It's definitely a little bit choppy. I got some success there. I did not get an ad. So that's also a good sign, right? It's just hanging out at the top. So if it wants to make the move here, I'll be ready to add in and then go for the move. Go for the win.
Now, I did think Tesla has been interesting in these last few days. Watching Tesla stay just above that $300 level. Every time it would touch 300, tap it, or go down just a little bit, buyers stepped in and continued to bring it up. And we consolidated for several days until it finally made its move, or made a move, I should say, not the move, but made a move back up. And now we're flirting around in the 320s with Tesla.
Right, so I gave myself some more exposure, right, by going for success. Now I can continue to look to see if we get that move down in the Qs and we start to see the wash. Also, I might go for a little bit of a speculative play here today, and it's definitely speculative, but I got to do it at some point. I think it's time to maybe potentially see DFNS go to, like, really like the bad day, right? Like the day where it like just gets destroyed. So call me a degenerate. I'm willing to do it, guys. And I'm even thinking swing here. But we need the pop to 56 right now. Pop to 56 because we don't want to chase the bid. That's the problem with a spread like this. So you want to chase the offer, right? And what I mean by that, you want to short into strength, not short into weakness. Right now, it could just drop like a tank. But if I jump on the bid here, I'm putting myself exposed to the 60 pop fast, right? So what I'm looking for is, hey, can you come back to where we thought support was, which is in this area right there? That's what I need to see, that pop, right? So now 5630s, right? Let's try to get that. So I'm using the DOM here to try to get after it. So 60, you see this 100 here? I can't even do 10. I'm going to try to do a little bit lower. I don't have enough. So let's see if I can get it here. All right, there we go. Come on. We have enough? No, we don't have enough.
Get it.
I think it's because of I know what it is. There we go. All right, so now I'm just trying to get a fill here around 56, right? Let's see if I can get that fill. I'm going to leave it there at that 5630. I want to get filled in on strength, not filled in on weakness, right? So let's see if I can get that fill right around here. Maybe the offer goes to 57, but it leaves me that nice room for this to really collapse, right? Now I'm seeing success start to make the move here in a second. As we break towards 4440s, I'm going to go with an add of this 20 shares and break even. This will be my scalp strategy today play. And then my longer term play will be the Microsoft, right? Microsoft I can hold tonight. I'm not holding success.
Yeah.
So that's the difference of mentality there, right? So you can scout plays while you're taking longer positions. This is something that I would tell traders to look into. They like to do swing trading and day trading. I just treat my swing trade account like that because I have the benefit of doing that here. Something just to think about, right? Now I get that action, right? Look at the cues. Just to really quickly go to it before I lose my trade here. You see the cues? Ha ha ha!
Look at it.
Now go flush it. Go flush it, Jesse.
I will go flush it, actually. I will. I'll do it right now.
All right, trying to get my ad in there. You see me put it on the bid. I don't want to put it on the offer. There it goes, fills the end right back up. You see the right back up?
Look at it. Look at
Let's
that.
go, baby.
There you go. We need some music. We need some sound effects. We need something happy.
Immediate stop place that break even. Why, Jesse? It's a scalp. Scalp. You don't get caught on the washout. You just want to let it go now. How much do you want to give me? Well, gas power. Right?
Yep. Yeah.
Now we're taking a look to see. Ooh, there it is. The DFNS short starting to work out, baby.
There it goes. Nice. Nice.
Hey, boss, I need more buying power. All right, I can pull out the day trade account. Remember, like I like to do it, Jesse. I hide the day trade account for when I see gas pedal day. Today's gas pedal, but on the short side. I'm going to go get ready. Jesse, what are you seeing here?
I'm watching INTC at the moment. We are making a new low of 98.28 at the moment, and we are at the low of day. You know, it's funny watching INTC in the last bit. The $100 level is like a point of resistance with it because we tap 101, 102s, and like today we went to 102.20. It doesn't hold up there. No, not INTC, and not lately. Not lately that I've been observing every day on the charts with INTC. There is a point of resistance at the $100 level with INTC. It's going to need to find support and not resistance if it wants to make it over the hurdle with it. So just watching it at the moment. Pre-market low 97.10, so it appears that's where we could be headed back into unless it shows some signs of life here moving forward. But INTC continuing to go low. It's down over 2% today.
All right, trying to add on DFNS on a bounce.
Bounce it. Bounce it. Well,
Microsoft getting a little bounce there, so that's going to be one that I'll look for, the VWAP fade attempt here. As it comes back to me, I'm going to be adding to that in a little while.
Nice.
Success continues to work in my favor, which is what I want to see. And then I want to start to see the Qs do a small bounce and then the real wash, right? So it bounced a little bit here, and now we need to just kind of not even get back to the 9 EMA, start to go against the action. Right? So now 9 EMA should be hanging above price action, not below it.
Very good, very good. 41 likes, guys. If we get what, 9 more likes, we'll give away a 25K eval. So we just need 9 more likes. If you haven't tapped the like button,
break the resistance. Resistance is at 9. The resistance is at 9. Break it. Break it now.
For DFNS,
it breaks. No, the like resistance.
Oh, for the like resistance. I'm looking for what chart are you talking about?
The like resistance. We have a resistance on the likes right now. We need to break it. We need to scalp it. Traders, hit the like button.
Hit the like button. I need more coffee. I need to wake up. He said 9 likes. We got resistance, and I want to know what chart he's looking at. That's hilarious. Yeah, I think you could be right here about DFNS. I think we are. I think we're going to have a nice drop off at some point with it.
Right, we'll see what happens there. DFNS not giving me that ad there. So at this point, what do you got to do? cancel that limit because I'm just sitting out there like a sitting duck. And if you're feeling like a sitting duck, don't be the sitting duck. Just take the order off. SPCX being mentioned in the chat. What's going on there?
Yep.
Oh, it's waking up. It's waking up. It's defensive stocks holding well. Remember, I mentioned RTX, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, right? And then what was the mention in the chat? There was a stock, and I'm sure he's still out there.
KRMN, I think it was. Was it KRMN?
Yep. That's a good memory, my friend. Love to hear
There you
it.
go.
We'll see if these stocks now get to dip and rip, right? So watch for those stocks to continue holding up. And why? Because they're in aerospace and defense, right? You know, I talk about industries, they're together. For some reason, they put these together. And so because of that, SpaceX has a tendency of moving with these defensive names. Why? Because they also lead the XLI, right? So you got to look at the XLI and then see that the XLI stays strong. If the XLI dumps here because everything comes down, that's your concern here. The SPY is leaking here. Qs are leaking here. So I will just say I'm still feeling short. Something needs to change. And that would mean the Qs back above 728, right? If I want to be in the long shoes today, that's what I would tell myself, right? If we get back up there, we squeeze myself that's a short right now, right? So that's the way you should be thinking also, right? The shorts are in now and they need to get squeezed for the longs to win again, right? So the question is, can they do that? Like, can they squeeze it on the shorts today? Or is the easy trade more the downside? Is the pain trade, they call it, to the downside? Where majority of traders are long today, let's say 80% long and only 20% short, right? And so it makes sense to write it down and write it down with the rider. What's that rider doing out there?
With the rider. You catching some waves today?
Oh man, Michael,
guys, we're two more likes away. D Rider, I know you've got a few accounts. We're 2 more likes away for giving another 25K eval. Almost said 50K. The producer would be like, no, not 50K, 25K. We give away a 25K eval. So we just need 2 more likes, guys.
All right, guys. Well, that DFNS trade would probably not be a bad entry, right? At least for me in this key. The question is, how far will I be able to hold this thing? And what kind of gain could I make if it comes all the way back down, right? It'll be like a $250 gain with 5 shares, only $283. So I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that bet. We're just going to let this work. We're going to let this bad boy cook.
I'll tell you what cooks, baby. We got 53 likes on today's live stream. Thank you for everyone who clicked the like button. We can now give away another 25K eval, Mitch. Let's go.
Down that, and you know what that means?
Likes.
We get another opportunity to give traders a chance to go ahead and do their dreams. So, hey, maybe your dream is to become a trader. You could be winning this eval, and the next thing you know, you have a funded account pushing forward for absolutely free. Well, just hit that giveaway, and I'll see you guys over on the earnings stream, of course. All right, guys, we'll keep the party going. It's 10:37. We normally get into some swing education here. I'm going to give it to the chat to actually call this one today. Do you want to do some education, or do you guys just want to stick with the trading action right now? Because I understand sometimes that we're like, nah, we don't need no education today. We want to trade. We're feeling the trading action. So in the chat, we'll take a poll here. Press a 1 if you want to go into education, and press a 2 if you're like, nah, forget all that education stuff. I want to trade today. I want to keep talking about the action. What's going on out there? Snowman, you guys let me know out there. Smash it up. It's always good to see you guys, man. There's some.
All I hear is Alice Cooper. We don't need no education. All I hear when you say that, Money Mitch. We don't need no education.
We don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. We'll see what happens out there. Bristol Myers coming back now. That's one trade that I can maybe take a flyer on, right? That if the news comes out that Bristol Myers is going to get bought by, AstraZeneca, yeah, this stock's way higher. That's the hard part. It's definitely a binary type of bet, but it's an interesting one to see. Seeing healthcare coming back a little bit there tells me that we could see a little bounce here. Let's see what happens. Qs are not bouncing as much, and now we could start seeing maybe other sectors maybe play in. Healthcare is playing back in. So healthcare is playing back in here. Let's see if that goes green and you start to see the rollover of the tech trade.
I'm going to add the overlay. I had reset some of my charts, and Mitch had pointed this out to me, guys. You can do an overlay if you're using Trader Revolution with us. You can do an overlay of any stock you want to, and it can overlay while you're watching another one. So you get something that looks like spaghetti noodles that is over the screen, and you can actually watch where that stock is going. I find it pretty helpful, especially in a moment like this, as Money Mitch is pointing out. What are the Qs doing? Well, hey, if I'm trading a stock that is in correlation with the Qs, I kind of want to see the price action with it. Because I am personally working on one desktop monitor, I don't have the room and the space at the moment to be looking at multiple screens and things. I'm in a small soundproof studio that I do my voiceover work in. So at the moment, I just got this one big Mac screen that I'm looking at. Ever since Mitch pointed out, hey, dude, look at these overlays, I went, hey, that's a pretty nifty idea there. So I throw these spaghetti noodles on so I can watch more than just one particular stock at one time.
That's what it's all about, man. And I think it's, relationship trading. It's something that I think it's really under, at least spoken in the industry still to this day. And I mean, let them keep doing it. It doesn't get me mad, right? It tells me more and more I want to continue watching for that type of action. All right, guys. What did the chat vote there? How's the votes going on here? Let me take a look here.
A lot of ones.
Oh, a lot of ones. All
ones.
right. So they want the education. All right.
They're like, hey, they're like, hey, Mitch, the market's a little sideways. We're a little bored. We want to be educated. We want information.
Well, I have that just yet here. I will go ahead and send it over to my producer. He'll get it ready in just 2 minutes. We'll go right into our education here, guys. We're going to learn a little bit about a guy that I would call the master of strategy of patience. So Richard Donchian, the father of trend following. Not a bad time to learn a little bit more about trend following. And the key is trend following can be used for day trading, swing trading, and really every type of trading. We're going to focus it on more of the swing trading side, but it's always something that we can keep.
Buddy Hamid in chat. Hello, Hamid. Good morning. Good afternoon. Wherever you're trading at right now. I always like to say good morning if it's good morning for me, but I realize we're in all time zones around the world. So good morning, good afternoon, Hamid. Good to see you in chat.
All right, looking for any bounce to 56 to add to DFNS. If I do get a bounce, I will add. I got a 55 opportunity right now, but I want the 56 to add. I want to make sure that I'm adding as close to possible of entry if I'm taking shots here.
And SK Heine still down 2% right now for SK Hynix at the moment. Watching that one below VWAP.
Here's a big moment here for the Qs. They're trying to come back a little bit here, and now's the opportunity to watch to see if the 9 EMA can hold a wick attempt to recover it, right? So I talk about this all the time on the downs, on the like the upside. So the same thing is here. You see how the 9 is holding for the long, right? Well, watch how it does the same for the shorts, right? You can do the same thing for the short. You see how the 9 EMA is now holding above the price action? When below, if you look at yesterday, right? We'll go back to yesterday. Where was the price action? Below it, right? The 9 EMA below it, price action above it, right? So right now we're seeing a little bit of a change in trend, at least from what we've seen, right? So when that happens, you got to be a little bit careful. We'll look to see if it continues to play in where you see rejections off that 9 EMA. That's momentum heading down, right? So it doesn't mean that you can't squeeze it, but it definitely shows me that there's been a change in the trend.
No doubt. Also, ALAB continuing its move on down. It's down over 9% and looking for another maybe low of day right now, 324.20 for ALAB. It has been getting shellacked.
All right, guys, let's go ahead. Let's get to our education side. It's time here for some swing education. Let's get it started.
There is a strange paradox built into the stock market. Almost everyone tries to predict the future by guessing exactly where prices will peak and where they will bottom out, and almost everyone loses their money doing it. Richard Donchian, the son of Armenian immigrants running a rug business in Connecticut, learned this lesson the hard way. He lost a painful chunk of his personal savings trying to predict the 1929 stock market crash, using the conventional wisdom of his time. Most investors in that era relied on fundamental analysis. They tried to calculate the inherent rational value of a business and buy based on that logic. But Donchian realized that when violent market panics hit, rational valuations become completely useless. Prices collapse regardless of what a spreadsheet says. Rather than quitting the markets, he dropped fundamental predictions entirely. He decided to study only one thing: historical price movement, purely for its own sake. Getting wiped out by the crash provided his greatest insight. He saw that trading based on human opinion is a trap. He needed a purely mechanical, data-driven approach. By the 1930s, Donchian had turned his attention to commodity trading. At the time, Wall Street viewed commodities like wheat and copper as unglamorous, pure gambling. The trading pits were loud, emotional, and retail speculators routinely watched their accounts get destroyed. Then, in 1939, World War II broke out. Donchian joined the military, eventually serving as an Air Force statistical control officer at the Pentagon. His job required rigid data analysis and the execution of systematic processes under extreme pressure. He learned how to act on hard data rather than emotion. When he returned to the financial markets, his goal was entirely clear. He wanted to build a mechanical rulebook that removed human emotion and ego from financial speculation entirely. He was attempting to engineer an entirely new, systemized framework for interacting with financial risk. Donchian built his framework on a two-word philosophy: trends persist. He stopped trying to predict where prices would go. He simply waited for a directional move to establish itself, and he followed it. In 1934, he published the golden rule that governed his entire method: cut your losers short and let your winners run. Look at this chart mapping an asset's price fluctuations. Donchian developed a mathematical tool, the Donchian channel, to track it. The upper band continuously tracks the extreme high price over a rolling 20-day period. The lower band tracks the 20-day extreme low. The mechanical entry rule is simple. When the current price breaks above the upper 20-day band, it signals a new upward trend has begun. The system dictates an immediate buy. No thinking, no opinions. The mechanical exit rule is equally strict. When the price eventually drops below the lower 20-day band, the trend is effectively over, and the system dictates an immediate sell. Because any significant price move must eventually breach a 20-day high or low, this structure is designed to catch every major market wave, removing the reliance on subjective predictions. But there is a brutal psychological catch. The system generates false breakouts constantly. If you follow Donchian's rules exactly, you will only win on about 35 to 45% of your trades. This chart breaks down the actual mathematics of profitability. You have to endure a long sequence of small, painful losses, bleeding from 1,000 tiny cuts. You take those small losses willingly, knowing they are the price of admission to catch the rare, massive positive trend that makes the entire system profitable. To survive those long losing streaks, Donchian pioneered diversification. In 1949, he created Futures Inc., the first publicly held commodity fund. By pooling money to trade across multiple different markets, like wheat, copper, and cotton, he ensured that while one market was causing small losses, another might be generating a massive trend. Donchian's personal life mirrored his grueling system. He managed a tiny $200,000 fund in relative obscurity for 42 years, enduring a massive career plateau while waiting for his own breakout. The difficulty of trend following isn't the mathematics, it is the discipline to execute the same rules through decades of modest results, just as Donchian did for 42 years before his breakthrough. For over 4 decades, Donchian managed only $200,000. But when the high volatility commodity markets of the 1970s arrived, his system was perfectly positioned for the environment.
Hold on. I hit pause on this video for one thing. I think you can get $200,000 right here on Trade the Pool.
By his 70s, his assets under management had climbed to $27 million, earning him millions in annual fees and trading profits. The validation of his methodology arrived in the 1980s. through a famous experiment known as the turtle traders. A highly successful commodities trader named Richard Dennis gathered a group of total novices, people with zero financial background. He taught them a mechanical system based directly on Donchian's 20-day channel breakouts. The novices strictly executed the mechanical rules. Over a roughly 5-year period, they generated over $150 million in aggregate profits. The turtle experiment delivered a clear verdict to Wall Street. Donchian's mechanical trend following could be taught, and it could be executed profitably by anyone with the discipline to follow the rules. Today, the managed futures industry that Donchian birthed from his single 1949 fund controls over $350 billion in institutional assets globally. His simple mathematical indicator is hard-coded into the trading software used by millions of people worldwide today. Richard Donchian's legacy is the ultimate proof that long-term success doesn't require an ability to forecast the future. It requires a system, the humility to cut losses, and the patience to let winners run.
Yeah, especially that letting the winners run is probably the hardest part to start learning. But I think it's important to learn that in places like here, like Trade the Pool, right? This is where you can practice that habit and then get good at it, right? Make your money, pool some money. And then if you want to go elsewhere, I'm always a proponent, in the long run, I think you should have a mix, maybe some prop accounts, maybe some real money account, right? And, that's long-term goals. But definitely learning here, trend following is something that I talk about all the time, guys, whether that be using moving averages or the Donchian channel here being spoken about. And what was that? That's essentially an indicator that was written. Why? Because moving averages, right? So it's as simple as that, right? Sometimes find what works for you, whatever that may be. Maybe if it's the 20-day, like it was for Donchian channel here, right? That's the 20-day that's really giving you that signal line, right? That's why I tell you guys, I use the 9, but you could use the 11, you could use the 15, you could use the 20, you could use whatever the hell you want. That's the truth. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Just make sure that you do the research to understand the trade, understand the risk to return, and knowing that you're going to be maybe 20, 30, 40% accurate. So I hope you guys enjoyed that video, and we'll continue learning more right here, of course, on Trade the Pool. Now looking for Microsoft to make one more attempt higher, add to the trade, and really go for the win today, right? Which is the Qs breaking the lows and the flush starts to happen. Why? Because tech traders probably tried to buy that bounce right there, but the bounce was very minimal. We couldn't get back above moving averages, right? So then now it's time to go for the win, right? I'm looking for strength to short into Microsoft versus chasing the bid, right? So on the push, I can actually be adding here and not running away from the trade. We'll see what happens.
Well, you should be happy.
Success. I might scalp some more, man. Yeah.
You should be happy. I went and flushed the toilet for you, Money Mitch. So any short you're in right now should be working. It should be good because of that momentum of the flush. So it should be good now. All your shorts should be working out.
Yeah. I was wondering what happened there to the shorts.
There you go. There you go. It was me, brother. It was me.
It was you. Well, look at AMD about to go red, and you're starting to see more and more fade here. So here's the trade to be making. Right now, it's more, do I want to buy this breakout scalp there or start looking at some more trades, right? I could start looking at even like an AMDL on the short side of things if things are going to really start to break down, right? I can take a look at tech names that have held really well in the last couple of days, like an AAOI, right? It's a trap to the upside above 140s today, and it's a wick on the upside. I think I might swing AAOI to the downside today, and that might be another trade to make here. So I'm going to go with that here, and it's about a $2 risk here, so I got to hurry up here. You can see how it's going fast on me, and this is where it can run away from you. So I'm trying my best to just actually jump on the bid here and go smaller size and get filled here. So let's see if I can get it. There we go. Got the fill. Now look for the wash. Right, so
run away. That's an oldie for you. AMD continuing to slide on down 478.20s now for AMD. Woo, new low a day. AMD, come on. Don't you want to go back up? Don't you want to see $500 again?
Don't you wanna? Don't you wanna? Don't you?
Don't you wanna? I'm seeing so much red on the tape. I'm seeing so much red with these
All
tickers right
right.
now. Tech,
Time to step up.
semis,
Time to step up. Time to
stepping
try
up.
to get a little bit.
DFNS.
I'm trying.
Ooh, I wanna watch this.
Trying to
This is what
step
I
up.
came to see. This is why I flushed.
You know, you
Come on.
try to teach the boys to flush. We got to flush it too, baby.
We got to flush it.
All right.
Steve Cannon really liked the video. He wants to know if there's a way that he can access it. I'm not sure if we have. Can we? Do we have a spot maybe where we can give videos like that we make to some of the audience that might be interested? Money Mitch, or is that something maybe we talk about maybe at another point in time?
Yeah, definitely. It's something definitely we can kind of focus on. Here's Microsoft starting to fade here. Now it's time to go for the win here. The question is, do I wait for the bounce and or do I jam? Right? Do I jam on it? I think I got to wait for the cues to show me the signal. We just got a lot of volume on that bounce. So to me, that was shorts adding the same way that I was thinking. You can see this on the 5-minute chart. I'm going to bring in a chart here for you guys to show you it, right? I usually have this on the right-hand side. That's how I'm keeping a watch on different charts, right, guys? If you guys don't know, I have 4 monitors. Right, I'm one of those traders that actually have monitors still into this day, but got 4 monitors on here, and then the cues is interesting here, and I'll show you why. If you look here on the 5-minute, what do you see right here on the bounce? You're seeing high volume, right? That's traders letting go to me. That's traders letting go. This bar right here is a signal for me to want to get bigger on shorts. Right? Like that right there is that signal for me, right? Look at the difference in profile of that volume.
Yeah. Holy cow.
Right?
Yeah.
I try to come here, guys. I try to teach. Not only do I like to fish, but I want to teach you how to fish, right? So these are things like moments where you write that down, right? You say, hey, how does that work, right? Why are they rejecting that area? Why is the volume in that area, right? Those types of questions are important.
And day trade with Tony, thank you for letting us know YXT is like a rocket ship. Currently looks like in a halt right now. YXT. Good to see you, Tony.
All right, guys, it's 10:57. We're about to head out of here, guys. I got to get going in just a second here. And I will let you guys know I will be out tomorrow, but there'll be some other traders here. So you can push it on them. Be like, Money Mitch has been on fire, so it's on your shoulders today. You guys let them know.
Put it on the shoulders of others. That's the way. That's the way.
I can only hold it when I'm here, Jesse.
That's so true. Gosh.
You got to play hot potato, right? You got to play hot potato here in the trade pool room, and I got to play pass it sometimes. And sometimes you guys got to take the
hey,
show.
Man, Michael Noss hasn't passed anything for us this week. So, yeah, man, it's your time to kind of go on the bench and enjoy your day, enjoy your morning. Because, Mr. Noss, he hasn't been here to assist you, right?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. And with Michael not here, it's kind of hard. But I did see Michael taking some wins out there. I will tell you guys he was able to cash in on some SpaceX out there. But you guys hear me. I've even been trying to give him some flowers. I hope he's still long on some IGVE, right? That's on the pullback today, right? Like you're seeing these trades start to pull back, right? Like, and that's why I'm sticking into the way that I'm looking at the market right now. It's a pullback day, right? And I'm being patient on Microsoft. I could have already chased it, right? I could have already added. The idea is not to chase here. The idea is if it's going to fade today and really break back down, it's not going to be a small move. It's going to be a big one. So you wait, you're patient, and you might get rewarded.
Exactly.
Might get rewarded.
It might happen for you. It might might happen. MU looking still above the $900 level. Maybe today's the day we can kind of just dance around in the early nines. Maybe stay above. Let's say maybe 905. Maybe dance up to the pre-market high one of 912. So yeah, definitely going to be looking at that as hopefully just a day where we continue to increase, going up a little bit with MU.
Big volume coming in there in Microsoft. So big trader trying to do that ad there. 131,000 shares coming in there. That's a sell. To me, that's a sell.
That's a sell.
It's just the reason why is that it like if you're buying there, like just think about it, right? You would have to be probably risking like right here 490s, right? So you get any pressure down into that spot there, you'd be really feeling bad at 100,000 shares, right? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna watch, right? Because I think you get the pop here and then the drop, right? Market loves to like kind of give you that fake out, right? So that's why I'm waiting for the pop above this level where I'm looking into more of the 15-minute chart, right? So on the 15-minute chart, look where the 9 EMA kind of lines into and where I'm trying to get filled. Right there, right? Like come back to the 9, give me that bear flag, right? Now I get this bear flag, and then eventually I'm going to look for this area to hold. I'll show you the rectangle, right? This area to hold up here, and then come back, right? So that's what I'm going to look for, right? That's what I'm going to look for, right? So there's the fill. Now I get the nice ad, and now I want to start seeing washouts come back into play. What's going to be a good tell sign? Just look at the mags, right? Mags bouncing here. If the mags washes out 69 today, I know I'm golden and I can hang on to the position. That's the way I'll approach it, guys. 11:01, we got to get going out of here, but thank you, Jesse, for joining me like always. There's always more trading action. There'll be power hour later, lunch shows, earnings shows. I mean, you don't want to miss it here, guys. Trade the pool like always. Let us know that you guys enjoyed all the energy that we put into this stream by just hitting that like before you get going. I know some traders are focused on their trading and they wait to these moments, but please, before you get out of here today, hit that like button and we'll continue going over. We're going to go to the scanner side of things. Any last words for those traders out there, Jesse?
Good to see everyone today in chat. Thank you for helping us get over the 50 likes. We will give away a 25K eval because of it. Thank you so much. Also, make sure you guys do come back for earnings later on. Steve, 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be a great show. SNDK, we'll see what happens with the semiconductors later on, and I'll be back tomorrow morning. So, Mitch, always good working with you, brother.
Well, short $17,000 of Microsoft here, and you guys heard the trade before the market opened today. That is the very key that I will tell you why you want to come here to trade the pool. It's not because of, let's say, one thing, but if there is one thing that I would definitely lean to is looking at trade ideas, because this is something that you don't get many places, right? We gave you guys trade ideas this morning that worked out. How you went about it, that was your call, but that's all we can do here. We'll continue the party going. We'll see you guys over on the earnings stream, and hopefully somebody in here today that was hanging out with us wins that 25K eval. See you next time, traders. Take care.
Hey. What's up, everybody? Steve Tallman here with Trade the Pool. We are doing our weekly midweek review, midweek recap. And yeah, I don't know if you guys have noticed, there's been some action. Big gap up overnight, washing out pretty heavily this morning. We have Google taking an absolute beating, filling the gap on the daily chart. We'll look at that real quick. Now seeing if they can hold the line. What the hell, says Mike D. Ryder. How you doing, man? What the hell? What's going on? Look at Google there, filling the gap and coming right back up. We're going to watch and see if it can kind of reclaim the top of the gap there at 363. That'd be a good sign for our longs. Meanwhile, speaking of our longs, we have a nice strong bounce on our Micron there. Let me check my position. Looking good. All right, we like the Micron. We're in this one here. We got stops under some of these candles low here at 922.74, 919.78, in from around, I don't know, 917 or so. So not big money on this scalp, but hanging in there, hoping that we can get a nice clean break of the day. What I'm looking for on Micron and on the leading names here, basically we are consolidating near the high of the day. I just want to see some velocity up. I'd be trimming into 930, 940, and 950. I'm a simple man today. Give me the round numbers and I will take my profit. That's what I'd like. We'll see what I get. Google having a bit of a red candle here. Gotta watch and see if Qs are going to start to roll. They've been having a little bit of trouble there. Looks like I may start getting stopped out on some of these trailing stops. All right, so there's one transacting. Let me double check, make sure I'm safe there. Okay, great. All right, and now we're going to be watching the price action into this falling, now rising 50-minute moving average. So let me show you guys. This is a nice way to look at the trend intraday on a 1-minute chart. See this green line here is just kind of coasting down. Now we're coming back into it, and what we want to see is a catch. I want to see a catch right there, and I want to see a big bounce on the leaders. So far, not a super big bounce. Going to keep an eye on this 920 level in particular on Micron. So around the horn, we have big moves in some of the commodities. Seeing silver and gold up big. We have copper having a day. Loving to see that for our FCX positions. And yeah, it's a fun one. Mike, yeah, Google's getting chopped up. Yeah, definitely. Read about someone resigning. Yeah, I don't know all of the details, but I saw the candle. I was like, holy moly. I care, but not enough to read too much news on my break. So we can look at that in just a sec. But I think, yeah, I think it's just mechanical more than anything. Yeah, not the best news, but it came right to the gap and caught really nicely. So that makes me think that we're just kind of hanging out there, and we're going to be working our way back to the upside. Sorry, let me show you. I had it on my other screen. So it's a really clean gap, and now we're actually over the gap there. So I'm liking that. That means that Google had a decent candle. It's trying its best. If it can reclaim this kind of swing high here at 365.24, then we're really getting going. There's another stop. Womp womp. I still think this is going to catch. It's just not acting right quite yet. So gotta respect it. So maybe what Qs are doing is forming a higher low here. Maybe they'll come back down to the 720-ish or so. But man, not a great look here, failing like this. Gonna set an alert at this low volume node on Qs. So it's 720.91, 720, we'll call it 721, down to 720. This is the area where I would like to see a catch. Doesn't mean we have to, but we definitely could try there. So yeah, let's go to gold and silver real quick. Watch those precious metals. Quite the move overnight and out of the gate. So these got, oh wow, and overnight too. So in the after hours, overnight session, in the pre-market session, and in the cash session, all absolutely screaming. Gold up 4.5%. Wild stuff there. So I had silver calls that I sold yesterday. Regretting that today, considering we are up significantly. Yeah, no joke on the silver. And speaking of silver, who's there? Hey, come on in. Hello, it's you. What's up?
I've been wondering if after all these years you'd like to be.
What's that? You
I was
serenading me?
singing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know that one. I'm used to
What?
Josh's old music. Which one? I missed it.
Hello to the other
Oh,
side.
okay. Sorry, I missed it.
Everybody knows
I'm
that
just deaf.
song.
I'm just
All
deaf,
night
not
long.
dumb.
Spy still
Spy selling
selling
off
off.
again. Yeah, it's having trouble. I got stopped out of my micron long. I'm sad, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna
Well, you
keep
know
an eye
what's
on some of my other positions here too. What's up?
crazy? This morning when we were live on stream, when the market was was closing and staying above the order block that I have here, I was like, I'm gonna try the long one more time, and then that's when the third time, or no, yeah, it was the third time.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, I see we have like a bearish fair value gap. I'm like, if we close below that, we're going lower. And then I'm just like, I'm not even gonna trade. Like, I was so like uninterested.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I'm very kind of when the price action's this fast, it just wears you out. Like I'm really into it for like a trade or two, and then I'm just like, I could watch a movie. I could use a nap. So it's everything's moving very fast here. We're gonna see if SPY did all it needed to do on this little fake dip here to the hourly trigger. I'm seeing weakness in the Qs, relatively speaking here, and they need a little bit more room down. But this was the kind of area we were looking in this. There he is. He knows that song. Who's in the house? Hey, it's Josh Smith. How's it going, man?
How about we're already 50 plus likes on the day? Holy banana Joes.
It's because I was singing.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely
When
it.
were you singing? When was your performance that I missed?
You heard me.
Well, we didn't get 50 likes that fast, honey sugar pants.
Don't burst my bubble.
Don't
God.
burst my bubble. Okay, well here, we'll burst one thing. And I bet there were a lot of burst accounts today. Let's go over to YXT real quickly. Let's show them YXT today.
Let's see YXT.
Look at that halt up and halt down crazy banana Joe's mess we
Look
have
at that.
there.
That's a yeehaw, all right. Big up, big down.
Yep, had some guys on the long side. I took the short side of it right there on the way back down. And yeah, look at that move. I mean, overall for the day, up 440%. She was a barn burner, Steve. We're getting some barn burners again, and I love me some barn burnettas. You can call them a barn burnetta. That's the female version of a barn burner. That's the male version.
I like Barn Burnetta. I could get down with that. It's got a nice ring to it.
There we go. There we go.
So YXT, this was the star of the show today, I'm assuming?
Yeah, that one was, we had a couple other crazy halting plays. I'll show my charts off. I'll get them up in a minute so we can go through them. Also, I don't have you typing 800 tickers in. But yes, we have had a fun day, Steve. It was a harder day. And the main reason why is because we've had a lot of plays that were halting. So we've had some big fun moves. But yes, this was the one that took the cake and took some of the pie and ice cream and the milk too as well.
That's what you love to hear. Good stuff, man. I'm wondering, is this a good short here? This looks like it might be failing the YXT. We'll see if it loses this 1272. That's my level to really confirm. But starting to look a little kind of lurchy, head and shouldersy. Do you think this one's done, or do you think this one's just getting started?
Well, hey, getting started. Mike, if it's just getting started, we're going to 50 then, I guess, Steve.
You never know with some of these. It's always wild when I'm like, all right, it's got to be done. You're like, give it another 300%.
Yeah, we've done that before. I'll go to my screen so we can go around the horn to the small cap side here. I think I'm showing my screen. Why am I not showing? That says lunch recap, Josh. Oh, maybe because I need to add it to the scene. I haven't added to the scene yet. I don't want to do that. Let me remove that. Let's go back to Steve real quickly. We're in Steve Power Hour. Yeah, we're in Steve Power Hour. Okay.
Oh, I see.
So why is it doing that when I add it to the scene? I don't want to add it to the scene. I should just have my Josh Lunch recap, and that pops up. And there we go. Okay. Someone was messing with me in the back. I'm just kidding. I felt like someone was messing with me. What's going on here? Why is this not working? So YXT actually lost early in it, Steve. So this, I thought it was doing that thing earlier. I thought it was losing its steam, honestly. Let's go back. Well, I can't really go back too far unless there we go. So I thought here, we're cracking down. We halt down once, I miss it. Decent sized gap, we run into another halt down. I'm like, okay, we're done. This thing's selling off. We're at new low of day, essentially. I know it could bounce here, but I'm like, no, it's going to, because one, we got a gap earlier, and then we got a gap again. But What happened earlier? We gapped, we bounced up. We did the same damn thing, Steve. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I thought we were going to gap and dump. So I sit back, I wait, and unfortunately I missed this big move up. So sadly for Joshua, I missed this move because I even put over on my Discord this morning, and yes, even over on Trade the Pools Discord, which I'll go back here and find it from earlier. Where did I put it at? Because I know I've copy and pasted it. He says day trade with Tony. Can he let me have the Powerball numbers now? Well, no, I can't, unfortunately, day trade with Tony. But you can come over to the Discord and you can see at 8:04 my time. That's centrally, so that's 26 minutes for the opening bell. I said YXT with Mob and over 1150, 52-week high can go. And Steve, what did it do? It got over 1150. It held it up, and look at the move. Look at the gap up. Imagine again, Steve. You're in even just 100 shares. Imagine the percentage move you got from 12 to 14, and then the percentage move you got from 16. We're talking, this could have been a 50%, 100% move for you. You're talking 30%, 20% in a day easily. I finally got in. I just waited for it. I said, guys, I know the first halt down is going to be a good gap down. Boom, shaka, laka. You can see how I annihilated that on the way down there.
Beautiful.
And almost bottom ticked it before it came ripping it back on up. And just a couple others that we had some fun today. ZYBT, former runner. It had some halting fun earlier in the day. We had INLF doing some crazy halting plays earlier in the day. Doesn't want to give up. Actually, another trade that I actually won on, very small. Took some profit on that halt down, but then it came back up. Stopped me out, dang it, when it moved back over that moving average, or that the VWAP. When it moved back over the VWAP, I got myself out of that trade. We even had JLH on. A lot of these are just some Chinese pump and dump, ugly trash sauce. This one didn't want to give up. And Steve, just make this make sense, and you'll never will. Not that I can't think that you're a badass trader, but even you, Alejandra, let's just say you're going long on this play, and it halts up here at 1055. But it gaps down 56%. Gaps down. And these crazy people buy it. After a gap down, you're going to buy this? That's the dip buy? All right, Gary.
Very strange.
Right, yeah. And so you've seen that a few times today where we have gapped down out of a halt up, yet traders just came back over here, and this thing just kept chug-a-lugging. So those are our fun plays of the day. And, yeah, we're getting some pretty good movement. But, again, the one that's holding the gains, you can see this plays back down below the VWAP and the moving averages. INLF and what am I typing in? That is the most random thing I've ever seen. INLF still on watch. INLF still on watch. ZYBT definitely on watch. And I think they obviously got some sympathy love from, that's right, the guy that took the cake, the pie, the whole damn thing. That's YXT. And she's definitely still up and on watch for the rest of the day. We do see a little bit of this head and shoulders, though, Foreman Steve. And so I agree with you, kind of that little neckline area. If we start cracking through this, watch out for maybe another halt down and some movement. But if not, Steve, I think there is possibly another leg up. If she can hold this 1250 area, we've seen it before. We've talked about it, and then we're texting each other or messaging on WhatsApp later. Oh, my God, it's at 50 now. I cannot believe it. So it's definitely still on watch, but Steve's all over it with that 1250, 60, 70 handle in there. That's the neckline of that head and shoulder, so watch for that. If we crack that, we're going to form the other arm, and that's the arm to your head and shoulders. How about that?
Oh yeah, I never thought about that. Yeah, well, that is those would be the arms, right? The legs, either on the way up or not the legs, the stretches. Yeah. Okay, I see it. You're changing my whole perspective on patterns. So
Hold on a sec here.
Oh, holding.
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason for half a second she was like her face was red. Would you have something in front of your face to make your face red a second ago, Ollie? Like something? What were you looking down at? Your screen or something, it looked like.
I was on Trade the Pool.
Okay. Because I literally was about to full screen your face and go, what is going on with Alejandra's face? It's all red right now. She looks like she's the short devil. The short devil. That's what
the short devil.
Oh,
no.
All right, Steve, back to you. There's my small cap recap, though, for the day.
Love it. Well, on the index side of things, we're just watching, waiting, and seeing if Qs can hold the line here, putting a bottom wick right in our hourly trigger level. So there's a few areas of interest. This is the first one. Is trying to make a higher low here. We would like to see this carve out, especially for our micron runners here. Did get stopped out on the ads. I think that I'm probably safe on the core position as long as it holds over this VWAP. I would really love to see Qs curl out here. We've had trouble with Google being so heavy, but there are patches of hope here. We have Micron, of course, still holding 3% positive. We have Intel up on the day. There are some strong names in the chip space, primarily NVIDIA up 4.5%. Beautiful work there. essentially we're seeing the chips pull their weight for the first time in quite a while. So I'm loving that. That being said, IGV is not too shabby here either. It did come down, but it still is right under yesterday's closes. So although money did come out of this sector, we are seeing basically it holding and back testing the previous level and now trying itself to carve up here. So this is another nice potential one to get intraday or to get long intraday here. You got the nice higher low. It's again off that hourly trigger. So we have that nice kind of confluence between that and Qs as a whole. So which kind of gives us that base that we always look for to push. So to confirm it, of course, we'll have to get up and over this 723 on QQQ, and that'll be the W that we always talk about. But that's what I'm kind of looking for here intraday, hoping that we get that move there. What do you guys think about? Josh? Did you check out Google at all? I feel like that's the biggest story.
I saw the news on it in the big dumperoonie. It was one of those things where I was busy with small caps going, all the halts and stuff that we were dealing with. So it was, again, one of those days where I really have not looked at the mega sector.
Yeah, totally fair. Totally fair. I'll get a little more details on that because I heard the headline and I was like, I don't understand why that's moving it so much. So I have to read it again. But yeah, I think that's.
Oh, well, yeah. You didn't hear? So so the guy that jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge in New York that was nude and had nothing on, he tried to use I forgot a briefcase as a parachute. Did you not see that? That was the was the person that stepped down.
You wouldn't be getting on the internet and lying to me, would you? You wouldn't be messing with little old me, would you?
Yeah, I had to. I just kept seeing that guy that jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge, or I think it was the Brooklyn Bridge, and he was nude, and then literally, I forgot what he tried to use as a parachute, and yeah, everyone was just watching him. That was all across. I don't know if you guys saw that. I know you're on camera.
No, that skipped my that did not make it on my radar.
I can't believe Tech, you're in New York. You had to have seen that on the news or about. I saw that on World News. Local news, I want to say. I saw it on TikTok. I saw it everywhere. Yeah, that was on my feed, I guess, because I get compared to Johnny Knoxville. So, and I love Blink 182, so that's right up my alley. Good. Oh yeah, nude male on top of the Brooklyn Bridge just tries to jump off without a parachute. Uses a what would I say? What's it called? A
briefcase, I think you said, which is pretty creative.
I don't know what it was. I couldn't tell what it was. Brooklyn Bridge was the one of choice. Yeah. So anyway, it was crazy. I just was joking with you, and you thought, "Oh my god, yeah, I did see that. That was him."
That does sound like a Blink 182 lyric, doesn't it? Just complete nonsense.
Yeah. Well, just something that maybe a combo of Blink 182 and what Jackass would have done. All right, we're gonna jump off the Brooklyn Bridge, Steve-O. All right, just put nothing on. Him and what's his party boy. They always love to do stuff with nothing on. So I can see them. All right, you're gonna jump off. You're gonna use a trash bag. A hefty 30-gallon trash bag as your parachute. Good luck.
As long as you don't strap me in a porta potty and slingshot me off something. That's the one that I got a strong stomach.
That was one of the I love because they're trying to come up with new stuff that they haven't done in the past. The run-of-the-mill normal Jackass stuff. It's like, ooh, how about we get a porta potty, put it on these bungee cords. Oh my god, that was hilarious.
Wait, so did he pass it looks like he's facing charges? So
he's alive. He didn't die. No, he did not die. He is alive. He was taken to the hospital. They pulled him out of the river.
Nice.
He is alive.
I didn't think any of this story was true, Josh. I'm going to be completely honest.
It is a true story. No, it is a very true story. 100%.
No, I'm looking at it. It was a day ago, right?
Yeah, yesterday. I think it was yesterday or late Monday.
That's crazy. Why did he jump? For funsies?
Did you saw the people in New York? Did y'all see them that climbed to the Empire State Building all the way to the top, and then he proposed to her? Did y'all see that? And then they got arrested.
Yeah. That was pretty wild, I must say.
That was wild. I'm like, how do those people do that? I just even thinking about it, my palms just get so sweaty. So yeah, it's just New Yorkers being New Yorkers is what that is.
I understand at least conceptually the how. I do not understand conceptually the why. There are so many other things to do with your time besides get arrested. I get it. You want a memorable engagement. Well, you can be memorable without spending it in a holding cell. That's my philosophy on that.
Go climb mountains. Go climb some. Go do some mountain climbing. Get out and away. But hey, if that's your thing, you like to climb buildings, then whatever. All for it. Whatever.
Have either of you been rock climbing? I'm curious now.
No,
Yeah.
I have not. I have not.
Oh, it's a blast. It's a lot of fun. Alejandro, you have?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's a lot of fun.
It's for certain people. I don't know. I like the problem solving.
Mm.
I like scaring myself, and I'm scared of heights, so it
Oh, what?
keeps me on my toes.
No.
I don't know. I have a good time.
I am super
I
afraid.
only did small rocks. I didn't do that crazy
Small
stuff.
rocks. She said, I don't do the medium or big rocks. I've done cliff diving, or not, wasn't diving, but cliff jumping, I guess is what you call it, cliff jumping before. That was really fun, and I love doing that.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah,
Same
that's
here.
real fun. Like
That
20,
was fun.
20, 30, 40-foot cliffs. That's like into the lake. Those are some fun times for sure. I'll do that because I know I'm jumping off of something into water. So I'm very happy with doing that, but not going up and then I can't jump back off into water. Now, yes, Steve, if I could rock climb or mountain climb and then I could just push myself off, or if I fell, I wouldn't tumble down a slope of death. I could just jump off and I'm into a pool of water. Yeah, that's up my alley. I can do that kind of heights, but yeah, oh my gosh, when I'm in buildings or anything that's really high and I can just look down forever and ever and ever and there's nothing safe below me, I do not like that feeling.
Have you guys scuba dived?
I've
have.
snorkeled. I've snorkeled, but I haven't actually fully. I've
Oh,
scuba
wow.
dived.
Sorry.
Or I should
Yeah,
say, snorkeled
same.
with sharks. So I've snorkeled with sharks before. So in the Bahamas, it was like a snorkeling trip that we booked. That we went all around to like different. Saw the biggest underwater statue in the world. The Bahamas have. But did all that kind of cool stuff, and I snorkeled with sharks, which was real fun. But I haven't done the scuba. Avery wouldn't do that. She's no way. She's not an underwater girl. She's like, there's no way I'd be doing that. So either A, I'm doing it by myself, or B, I'm going to find some people to do, or someone else to do it with.
Amazon is
Yeah.
crashing. AMD is pulling back. Microsoft is
Crash.
looking weak, and PLTR is looking weak as well.
Yeah, we are having
So I think
heaviness
that's gonna
here on
make the
Qs as
market-
well.
It's gonna probably make the market keep dumping.
Does seem like it. I'm just looking for what could hold us. You said Amazon heavy.
Amazon, AMD,
Oof.
Microsoft, PLTR. Remember how I called out. I called out this level 740. Said already tapped into it, but if it closes below, then I think we'll come down to 29,400. I mean, 29,700 first level, and then 400
So roughly, what is that going to be on Qs? I'm seeing.
on Qs. Let me see.
You can say like a percentage down, and I can do the math.
2.3%.
Is it really?
Are you
I'm
guessing?
He's gaslighting me so hard today. I
I'm
I
Josh,
know.
baby.
I don't believe anything he says anymore.
Oh,
can't believe somebody would do that. Just get on the internet and lie. Just lie. How dare you? The audacity.
How do I see the percentage on TradingView?
You can go to the measure tool, or you can hold shift and click the chart and then drag. That's a cool little secret sauce information for you. Despite the weakness in the Qs, they're still holding my level. I still would love it if this is a higher low, but hey, it's probably like 60% chance I'm wrong, 70% chance I'm wrong at this point since we lost this low. 1.2. Oh no! Don't tell me that. That's way down there.
I was close. That's half of what I said.
You're too close for comfort, Josh. I don't like that.
See.
I'm not anything long term, honestly, that I'm too worried about right now. So I like to sit back and just chill. Hey, you got your Microsoft back up to the stratospheres of close to 500. You should be happy,
Feels pretty good. No, Port's doing well. I'm just, Josh, this is actually a good question. A little bit of a psychology preview, but do you guys trade worse or trade like scared when when things are working really well? That's what I'm kind of encountering.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
I
That
put the
happened last
pedal to the
week.
metal. Yeah, like early June, I went from now I'm back down to 250 to 500 shares most trades. I was up to almost 3,000 shares on like 2 to 3,000 shares on a couple of trades in early June when I was putting pedal to the metal. Oh yeah, it becomes to me because it comes back to the sports aspect. I've luckily have played golf and basketball. I've played multiple sports. Baseball definitely came through. I mean, definitely baseball. There were times where I was like, I'm ripping it. You don't even think, you're just like, I'm gonna hit this ball, or like like basket, you're gonna make it. Like it's crazy how you're just draining everything, or you hit the ball, like golf, and it's just like, wow, I'm not even thinking about it. It's everything's butter. I put the pedal to the metal then too, 100%. That's where I don't think about it, and so I usually don't even think about it. That sports aspect comes in, and I'm full throttle, just Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, just killer instinct kind of shit.
You
I'm,
think
I'm seeing a
that
little bit of the
that's
pop
from?
off here, but sorry, what was it?
I was just gonna say, you think that's from experience and your experience, I guess, and your time trading.
Yeah,
With
I
the
mean,
sports
yeah, but then
ball.
I've had that though in the past, right? Where I don't know, you just get in the groove. Like even like I love, of course, Steve. You know, the drilling. I'm not a big, but I get what you're saying. But I love like if I need that, I go fast, right? You guys know I love speed, blah blah blah. So, but yeah, like even that, like when I was down at the track in New Orleans in February, the first time around, I was a little and I was like, oh, I can hammer this. Why am I not going faster? And I mean, I kept up with the lead car. I mean, I'm so proud of that to where I was the car behind, and that was like my deal. Like I'm going to keep up with the lead car, which is driven by a professional driver, and the people that are in that are just taking a ride along, so they can see what the track is like, and they have go really fast. And they're way cheaper than driving. So some people that don't even want to drive, or they just want to kind of experience but don't want to, so they do that. But anyway, but yeah, I did that, and I kept up with them, which was so cool. But yeah, I'm not even thinking. I am just out there hitting these turns 80. I mean, I'm in a Ferrari 488. I mean, they're like, and even before that, I was saying this yesterday. I was into class. I've heard of doing this too, but I was into class. They take you to a class beforehand. I am super confident in my driving ability, but we have to take this class. Hey, don't do this, don't do that. And like, if you get 2 wheels off, we're going to fine you this much. If you get all wheels off, all 4 wheels off, we're going to fine you this much. This, that, and the other. And I'm all like, oh man, and they're kind of. I'm like, okay, I'm getting a little nervous here. But as soon as I got in that car, it's almost like first tee box. First tee box, first shot. Okay, a little antsy, a little anxiety, a little nervousness. But after that second shot on, I'm in the zone. There is no. I'm not thinking of anything else. I'm so in the zone. So that's what usually I think that comes back into play for me. Whatever it is that I'm really passionate about, and I'm not fully Michael Jordan, but I'm very competitive, like really competitive. I always want to win. So I think that comes into play, and just in the past, so that's just naturally an instinct for me that takes over essentially.
Awesome. Yeah, I think you're tapping into something there with the sports comparisons because, well, obviously you got the locked in killers, you got the Kobe's, you got the Michael Jordans, and all of those greats, but you also have a lot of people talking about the yips, the yips, which is when you know what to do, but you get in your head, you start doing the wrong thing, you kind of zig when you should have zagged. Next thing you know, you got a ball going through your legs on the third baseline, and you know what? That's the World Series. All it takes is one error, and then you can.
I was there. Again, when I first started, for the first 2 years, I had that. It wasn't like immediately I was the mindset that I am now. But yeah, about 2 or 3 years in, once you start seeing, oh, this is how I trade. This is how I win. I mean, it was like when that's why I stopped playing college NCAA football. I'll do the like you Arkansas Razorbacks, and you want to build that team. 3 or 4 years in, even on high, they need to make super Heisman, because I'll be on Heisman and I'm getting all that. I'm getting all the 5 stars. I'm winning every year. I'm blowing out every team by 30, 40, 50 points. Every once in a while, they'll throw a random, like Vanderbilt, who's shitty or something. Like, that would be the challenge. I'm like, okay, now all of a sudden, Vanderbilt's going to be the team that pushes me to the very fourth quarter, whatever last second kind of field goal I got to make to win the game. But most games, you're just killing it. It's just so easy, right? And so that's what was for me, where you just get to that point where it's the same thing over and over and over. But at first, it was definitely not that. Exactly what you're talking about. You get in your brain, so to speak, and you get those yips 100%, and you get scared. And I had worked with so many traders that do that. They'll be up like you were saying. They may be up $200-300, but then they want to protect that capital, and they don't want to trade. Oh, I don't want to trade now. I want to give all that back, and they get real scared all of a sudden. Versus like, no, you're doing good. Let's put the pedal to the metal. They kind of get a little timid and go, I don't want to give that back. And then they don't trade for like 2 or 3 days, even though they just hit a hot streak and they didn't realize it. And they realize they're up 3, 4, 5, however much hundreds of dollars over the last, oh, I don't want to lose that. I got to protect my capital. I'm like, well, scared money don't make money.
Absolutely. No, it's so true. And in fact, scared money loses money because you are too quick to hedge. You're too quick to get out. You're too quick to sell into the strength. You're too quick to do everything in the wrong way,
That's the rapper's name. He could have been hanging out with Too Short. Too quick.
Too quick.
And the reason he named it, because he's a super fast rapper. I'm too quick. D-Rider, how we doing? Crow, yeah, for all, yeah. I want a Porsche for sure. I want a Ferrari. Those are my 2 jams. D-Rider, how we doing? Nigel, how we doing? Tack, how we doing? Tack said I'd be doing some of that. What would you say you had?
Very heavy.
Judo.
Sorry.
Competition judo back in the day. Love it. Watch out for attack. He's going to karate chop you and knock you out. Be like one of those old school movies that just hit you just right on your neck, and you're like, ugh.
the secret trigger point.
Yeah.
Just,
Reminds me like an old Jim Carrey movie or something, like Ace Ventura. You get hit right on the neck at the wrong, right spot, and boom, he's out. Or what was Beverly Hills Ninja? Was that the one with Chris Farley? I don't know if you saw it or not. I think it was called. Of course, his famous ones were Black Sheep and Tommy Boy, but I think it was called Beverly Hills Ninja, and he was a ninja in the end. And actually, the guy that was from Mortal Kombat that played Liu Kang, if I'm not mistaken, was like his secret ninja that took care of him, or his like helper ninja. But I think it was called Beverly Hills Ninja back in the day.
Josh, you got to stop making things up today. I don't know what this is. This is
No, I'm not kidding you. Beverly Hills, that's
Beverly Hills.
the real one. Beverly Hills, wasn't I called Ninja? Yeah, Beverly Hills Ninja, baby. Beverly Hills Ninja, 1997. Here we go. Go over to my screen real quickly right here. I'll show this off. How have you not seen it? Steve, your childhood has lacked a lot of good memories. Okay, and I'm going to unlock them for you. Because not only have you not seen what is one of the best movies ever, not really, but The Fifth Element as a child, but you haven't seen Beverly Hills Ninja, and I told you it was a guy from...
I have not seen Beverly Hills
Chris
Ninja.
Rock
Yes,
in
they
it.
have.
You got Chris Rock,
It's
you got
Harley.
Nicola Sheridan in it, of course, Robin Shue, whatever. Chris Farley is the main guy in it. It was one of the... Come on, guys, come on. How
I'll watch it tonight.
It's
I'm so
actually...
sorry, Josh. I let you down.
I'm taking some position on ONDS.
ONDS, interesting. You think it's ready? I got a starter.
It looks like it.
It's got the higher low. Yeah, I like it if it can get over that little swing at the
You
897.
got him into Intel on Monday for a dub, so maybe you get him here on another one here on ONDS. Although you're already in ONDS, right?
Who, me? Yeah.
Steve.
I'm already in it, yeah. I rolled options twice now, and I just have shares with the profits. So I
Wait,
just
they have options? What?
yeah, I have options.
No,
They're-
where? On Thinkorswim?
Yeah, or different places that you can trade options. Yeah.
Yeah, wherever options are traded. But I mean, I think shares are better to play it, honestly. It moves very wide anyway. It's like 10% average move. So when you get big moves like that, the options don't move as much per percentage. It's got high IV, as we call it. So when you got that high IV, basically they're pricing in a bigger move, so they don't pay out as much for the bigger move. That's why my favorite things to play options on are actually low IV stuff that most people wouldn't expect. Stuff like, I don't know, Pepsi or something, or Walmart, stuff like that that's got that really juicy low IV. That's what I usually go for.
Yeah, those are good. Don't want to go with the high IV, like the low IV.
Right. You got to have liquid IV.
Well, there's a grocery store chain in the Midwest. I don't know how far it stretches. I just know it's in Missouri because I lived there and had to do stuff for radio back in the day and do like live, I was live there. Anyway, my first job out of college, morning show host, which I thought I was going to be something. Anywho, it's called High V. HY-VV, so High V. So it's funny when you kept saying High IV, I was like thinking of High V, the grocery store. Unlocking some old memories, my friend, and not the best of ones because I was all by myself, solo. Had to move away from Avery, about 45 minutes to an hour north of Kansas City. And let me tell you, from November when I moved there through about March, we probably, no lie, had about 40, if not up to 50 inches of snow that winter. It was absolutely crazy how much snow we got in 2013 into 2014.
That's too many. That's too many inches. That's too many snows. It
was a lot. It was the most snow I've ever seen on the ground at a place I lived at, and maybe ever, as we had it was like, I want to say almost 18 inches of snow after 2 back-to-back snows. It was just, I know people have seen more, but of course for me, and even Arkansas or Missouri, typically you don't get to even see a foot, let alone a foot and a half on the floor.
Crazy. Yeah, the most I get is a little dusting up on the very biggest hills in Berkeley for us. Not too much snow in San Francisco. That would be a cause for concern. Speaking of cause for concern, we've been hanging out here. I've been watching this chart, just waiting for it to make its move. Q's trying to hold its hourly trigger. I'm still not sure if it's going to. It seems like it's heavy and might be starting to crack, but man, is it taking its sweet time. This is a 1 minute. We can look at a 5 minute, seeing that there are bottom wicks, but it's just ambiguous and doesn't seem quite ready. Not sure what we need to turn this corner, but it seems like Google's probably going to have to play its role. And so far, yeah, not playing along here. Just so sad. Look at it. It's just so sad. It's not even making like big moves. It's just dribbling down. And I wonder if that means it'll just get one big candle all of a sudden when it's ready.
Speaking of dribbling down, a couple of small cap plays, ZYBT and INLF, definitely getting some sell off. Not looking good. The one that still could go is YXT. YXT is going to be your main mover, in my opinion. All the other ones are starting to lose the gas. What fumes they had left, they didn't get refueled, unfortunately. It's looking like they are going to leave those alone, not fill them up. They're going to go fill up YXT maybe one last time, baby.
Yeah, I can see the potential high or low kind of forming after the big parabolic move. So it forms a new range, comes back down, probably into the golden pocket of that. Let's see. So we take the high, drag this down, take the low. And you can see just right at the equilibrium here, it's just playing footsies with it. If it can get over that 1336 with volume, then we can really start to cook.
Man, I'm telling you, man, back in the day, that was something. Footsie, playing footsie. You know, you knew you had it with the girl, or of course the guy. Like, oh, we're touching feet together under the table. She likes
Oh my
me.
goodness.
How funny that little bit of, you know, and that was like a confirmation of, I'm in. She likes me. Oh, and the butterflies going off in your stomach and your chest. You just couldn't believe it. Oh,
Young love.
Melissa Jones. Oh man, she just
Young love.
another made up name. I don't know Melissa.
You're like, I should look her up. Like, no, I'm kidding. Melissa Jones. That didn't sound made up. I think that's the first honest thing you said on stream today, John.
I know. Literally, I never dated a Melissa. Or, Melissa, I knew of a Melissa, and I definitely had a crush on Melissa. I don't know her last name now though. But this was like in college. This was like right before I met Avery. But I can't remember her last name. We're friends on Facebook, but that's the only Melissa I've ever talked to or known in my life, to be honest. Mello was another one. Groot, my Great Dane. Anyway, it was at a veterinary clinic or whatever. But yeah, Melissa Jones. I don't know. That one just came out of. I know. So I got Melinda Larson. There's 8th grade. I got Allison Archer. There's 9th grade. I got Brittany Skidmore. That last name was Skidmore.
This is so specific.
I know.
No, I'm for real though. This was every year. It was so weird. I'm like, even looking back, I'm like, it's so weird. I had a girlfriend like started the year. So Melinda was kind of that story. So Melinda 8th grade. She was in 9th grade. She was, of course, a year ahead of me. The cheerleader, cap, whatever, and dance. It was an 8th grade, 9th grade dance because what happened was our high school got so big and it was growing so fast that they moved the 9th grade down into the junior high. So now the 9th grade's kind of like the seniors, right? They're the old group. Well, anyway, we held dances together in the junior high. I'll never forget. It was that Josh wants to, he likes Melinda, and then over to her group, and Josh likes you. He wants to dance with Melinda, and we're trying to set this up, and I think it's almost gonna be set up to we're gonna dance. I'm like, yeah. No, turns me down. No dance for freaking Josh. Yeah, no. But she did like me. She was just too nervous. She did reach then back out to me and said, I do like you. I do. And then so we ended up dating. So that would be like September. And here's how that one ended. I befriended a guy named Nick Kopus. This guy, and I don't want to bring up a really gross story. This is off-air story. When I went to stay at his house, I stayed the night at his house, and it was gross. Anyway, she dumped me for this guy that I just befriended in May. At the end of the year, before the school year's over, I am heartbroken. I was heartbroken. I was puppy love, punching holes in the wall. Dad's laughing at me, going like, "Oh, you won't listen. When you're 30, you won't even be talking to this girl." Anyway,
he's like first time. Yes, Dad.
Allison Archer in 9th grade. She was a ballerina. Loved it. 10th grade was my prime year. I'm now a sophomore, but you're the rookie, right? Because 10th grade is the lower level in high school. I dated the senior captain cheerleader, Brittany Skidmore. Yeah, as a 10th grader. And boy, let me tell you something. And here's what's to finish this off. And so I go into 10th grade, right? I'm new in high school. I go into my history class. I'll never forget this. My memory. It's 5th period. 5th period. I'm Mr. Talker. I'm always late to class. I show up like right at the bell. Or everyone's seated. There is one freaking seat left, and guess who is right behind me? Melinda Larson, because she was so smart. You could kind of, you could pick your own classes. My high school is that way. So she didn't take that history the year before. So now she's taking it in 11th grade because she had it anyway. And so I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me, Melinda. And guess who in my history? Its history teacher is like is one of the high school football coaches. Point being, Melinda Larson is dating Matt Malham, Coach Malham's son, and he's a senior. So now I'm dealing with this. And she wants to kind of get back with me at the beginning of the year. I'm like, no, you're dating the coach's son. I just started dating Brittany. This can't happen. Oh, and boy, the seniors hated me, obviously, after that. You took the senior captain cheerleader. Now you're trying to take coach's girl. I'm like, listen, I'm not. But that was so there's my high school recap. And that's only
you're just bragging. Josh, were you what is it called? Prom king?
I was not actually.
Oh, I'm surprised. You should have been in the running.
It's because that happened. Then in 11th grade, didn't date anybody. 12th grade, I was with two girls. Kind of. It was at Autumn, and then it was with Laura.
John's a player.
Well, I was kind of like
such a player.
I was like Paul Walker in that. I grew up being Freddie Prinze Jr. and then I turned into Paul Walker. What was that movie with both of them in high school? It had Usher was in that movie. Please tell me you've seen that movie, Steve. That's you were probably too young. You were probably
I'm thinking
too
of
young for
Scooby Doo because you said Freddie Prinze Jr. That's the first thing I thought of that he's in it. Isn't he Fred? I think he's Fred.
Yes, he is. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, he's the perfect Fred.
So you have not seen She's All That. She's All That. It has Rachel Lee Cook, Freddie Prinze Jr., Matthew Lillard, Paul Walker, Usher's in it. If you haven't seen She's All That, that's a good high school movie from 1990.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I just looked up the cover. That's the most 90s cover ever.
Yeah.
That's-
And so
that's
I
like
kind of
cool 90s.
went from Freddie Prinze Jr., who I was compared to, like even in 10th grade. Yeah, I was Freddie Prinze. And then I kind of turned into Paul Walker. Paul Walker was kind of the player in the movie. Yeah, I got Best Smile, and yeah, I probably could have been, but I didn't have a girlfriend. The prom king, that's how we did, at least in our school. Prom king usually was you dated the person. Like, our high school wasn't like those, you'll see movies where it was just sometimes two random people that were voted on. Our high school was always, it was what couple had been together the longest. Whether they're pretty or not, it was, oh, it's Becky and John. They've been together since 8th grade. They're gonna. That's who usually would win prom king, prom. Yeah, that's how our school was.
I'm like trying to unlock the hidden memories of my high school. It wasn't that long ago, but I really don't remember that.
I don't even want to remember mine, and I probably will never forget. But both of my like lovers, like who I was deeply in love with, that I remember, I haven't felt that kind of like love since back then.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. No, I will say it is crazy. I got it with Avery, but even that, it wasn't like, because I think it kind of wears off after a while. But yeah, those first 2, 3, 4, it's kind of like, well, 4, it was about, because of me, every year was a new girl, but it was like, especially the first couple, like Melinda, when I was like, oh my God, but yeah, it's crazy how you don't get those butterflies, and yeah, she's like, Dad, tell me more about your story. But yeah, I feel that. Yeah, you don't get like those butterflies and that like, oh my God, my heart is pounding, kind of stuff.
I think it's kind of like trading. It's less like, it's not like the love isn't as real. It's more like, I have experienced this before. I've been here before, at least in a sense of like just that endorphin rush, all that oxytocin and everything. Similar to all the endorphins you get when you're trading, usually dopamine there, and you can kind of act a fool the first time you've been there. So
speaking of ludicrous, act a fool.
There you go. Yeah, I had plenty of ludicrous in my childhood. So
I love it. We're unlocking Bonetta old school memory. It is kind of like the Maury show. All right, up next, Josh's 8th grade lover wanting to get back with him in 11th grade. Melinda Larson. How we doing, Melinda, today? Oh, everybody in there.
If Melinda could only see you now.
Until we start talking, and it's just me and Melinda and Maury in the middle of us, and all of a sudden, next we're gonna bring in the one that disrupted it all, Brittany Skidmore. Brittany comes out, and then Melinda and Brittany just start wailing on each other. Oh, yeah, you took him from me. Oh, no, you did it. It was all your fault. Dang it. I should have had him. I was supposed to be married to him.
Dude, that's exactly what happened to me. So my high school sweetheart, during my quinceañera, my mom was like, oh, you can't have your boyfriend as like the main guy and honor, right? And then there was like a new guy in town. He was tall with like colored eyes. My mom thought he was really cute, but I wasn't interested because I had a boyfriend and I was like in love with him. And so then, long story short, somebody like gossips and says that I was cheating on him with that new guy, and then he ends up leaving me for another girl, and we almost got into it in the bathroom, and till this day, like, dude, they're still together and now they have a family.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That is nuts. Well, there we go. All right, Steve. All right, we've hidden our unlocking some past memory relationships. You gotta have one memorable one like that. We've got a great story from myself. We got one from Ale. What do we got? What do we got from you?
Oh, okay, let me take you back to 9th grade. I was dating my high school sweetheart. She was in 10th grade. I think the market might be cracking. Hold on, this story could wait. I need to. This is what I've been waiting for all day.
He doesn't know what. No, that's hint for. I don't want to get into this story. I'm going to cry all over again.
Oh.
No, I've been waiting to see if I need to cut this for like literally all stream. And okay, false alarm. All right, we'll wait for the alert to go off. I have swings long that I just want to basically not let come down if this breakout's failing, and I'd rather just get them off of VWAP again if we need to wash out here. Seems like they want to hold the line on Micron for now, but Qs are looking really dire, really weak to me. Not liking what I'm seeing.
Really, really weak.
It's just some tight consolidation. How about we call it that for now? It does look weak, I will say that. But we're just consolidating. We haven't taken out the lows yet, just kind of going back and forth between the SPY. SPY looks a little better, but not quite near the lows. But yeah, we are looking a little weak here. Looking a little weak. Not nasty though. Not nasty though.
Yeah, taking a breather is what I'd say. I liked that SPY was curling up here, and then it kind of failed, so it really should hold here. Otherwise, kind of spooky. Kind of spooky.
Do you
Okay.
guys still get like a rush of dopamine when you guys are like in a really good trade, or do you not feel anything anymore?
No, I do. Yeah, I still do. But I know that's a sign that I should either trim or be ready to trim. Whoa.
It's my dogs over here. They're fine. Yeah, they're fine.
I've been having a really weird relationship with the market lately. I don't know if it's because I've been like more tired lately. But it's almost like my trust issues are coming back. Like
Alejandro,
I'm
this
I
week
was
has been triggering it for me too, so I don't think it's just you.
really?
It's
Yeah.
price
It,
action. That's what I'm
it
blaming.
happened since last Wednesday. Like that's why when you were asking like, oh, like how do you guys feel after like killing it? I get like not scared, but it's more of like how Josh was mentioning. I just want to protect my capital, and then because I'm like in protection mode, like I think the body just goes into this like fight or flight mode where you kind of get blinded by what you actually see, and even though you know how to trade, you know how to analyze the chart, you know how to read the charts, you just get into this like analysis paralysis, and
Yeah,
then you don't execute the way that you normally would. And I think that's
absolutely.
what's happening for me for sure, like 100%. Because I saw the freaking short, and anyway,
Didn't take
so
it. No, it makes sense.
it gets
Uh,
irritating, and then I get annoyed, and then and in real life, like when I get irritated, annoyed, I withdraw. So I'm like, I feel like I'm withdrawing from the market right now.
Alejandro, well, honestly, same. It's crazy how similar we are in that regard. I'm also just I'm having I go through like I'm like the seasons, I have my ups, I have my downs. I basically have periods where I'm higher energy and lower energy. Not bipolar, but not too far off. So yeah, I'm definitely in a low swing now, and this is just a good thing for me to note. And then I just go, other people maybe it's not as extreme, but you should always note your current emotional state and how it affects your trading. So for me, I know now I'm more prone to kind of letting things go over where they should, right? Like not stopping out right when I should. There are some times where I'm kind of more on the over kind of alert, over almost neurotic side, and then I know I'm more prone to kind of like not let candles close and just be very too quick to pull the trigger. So based on that, it's kind of like when we're in positive gamma, I trade one way. We're in negative gamma, I trade another way. So it's just interesting to kind of track how your personal seasons are affecting your trading.
Hey, Nigel. Hey, Crow. Hey, Bonetta. Hey, Tat. Hey, D-Rider, if he's still around. Snowman. Far earlier was actually in chat. Okay, guys, for real. Have you not smashed the like button? Because I hope you have. And if you haven't, we're already at 65 likes. That's phenomenal. If we get to 100 likes in the earnings stream later this afternoon with Steve, Jesse, Alejandra, or no, I think it's Steve. Today it's Steve, Alejandra, and Caesar. Today, we're going to give away, if we get to 100 likes, 100, we're almost there. We're going to do at least a 225K eval giveaway. Or you know what? Maybe we do a 50K eval giveaway for once. Smash the like button. Do it. Go out there, smash it right now. We're going to push this into the earnings stream.
Do it.
Get up to 100 likes. We'll give away a 50K eval.
Wait, don't they have to also
Gosh.
register though? Through the
What?
link under the description?
Well, yes. So yes. So
Yeah.
that's how you
Because
enter it.
a lot of people think that just by liking they'll register, and I had like a couple people DM me. They're like, "I've been liking so much and I don't win," and I'm like, "You have to register," and they're like, "Oh."
I only say that all the time. I mean, I pretty much, I didn't say it now, but I mean, yeah, most days I say it says in the description, almost every day in the description, it says win a free 25,000 trading evaluation account. That's where it's at. Every single day, you guys need to be going to our description. Why? We got our links in there. You get our personal links. You get with a breakdown of the day and what we're going to be talking about. And that is always the very first thing below the link when you press it. When it says how many people are watching, how long we've been streaming, the first thing you can click on or look at is that. So always go to the description and just check for it. That should be one of those things like, oh, are they giving one away? Are they giving one away? So get to 100 likes. We'll give away either 225K or 150K. Let's get it. Got it. Good.
Oh, that's a fun one. I haven't heard that in a while. What is that from? Get it, got it, good. You're breaking my brain. That's an unlocked memory too. And don't worry, guys. I will get back to my high school story. You deserve my suffering. I just needed to. You don't get double suffering. You don't get me telling a story about my high school drama while I'm getting stopped out. No, one or the other. Long story short, 9th grade, dating a 10th grader. She's great. Until I get sick. I get mono. I'm out of school for about 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Oh,
You know what I come back to?
She dumped you?
What?
She dumped you?
Well, that would have been much more polite than me waltzing back into school to find her with my best friend Henry. What the hell, Henry? What's the deal, dude? Yeah.
What the hell?
Oh,
Dude, what
Friendship
is up with
ended with
friends
Henry.
dating-
H
Yeah, what
dog.
is up with friends dating friends? Like,
It's a cold world out there in high school. What can you say? You know, it's it's
I would never. That's girl code. Like, if my girl was dating this guy, I would never like. Speaking of friends, she's calling me. That's so funny.
her ears were ringing. Her
Yeah.
burning, yeah.
Oh yeah, like I would never talk to any of her dudes, and I would hope that she would never talk to any of my dudes. And that's girl code. Like, imagine, okay, so you break up with him, right? So that means we like have to start talking like as they're breaking up, and it's like that's so like disrespectful, rude, just shady in every kind of way. I just don't get it. Wait.
Neither does Ella. Yeah, I'm with you. I agree. It's also against bro code, but you know what? Sometimes there's no code, and that's the sad truth.
All for me code.
Josh, you sounded a lot like Henry over there.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Just watch yourself.
I love Joe. Joe says, now you know the reason they call him Crowbar Steve. That's right. That was the first time he turned into Crowbar. He got it out, smacked him over his leg. He said, if you tell anybody, I'm going to smack it over your face. And he didn't tell anybody. Henry said, I will not tell a soul. I will still continue to make out with your 10th grade hottie, but just don't whack me again with the Crowbar Steve.
No, I hope Henry's doing well. I wish all my haters the best of luck. They're gonna need it.
You got to, hopefully, because the more love you give to them, the more love you get back to other people.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Guys,
What's that?
I hate to break it to you, but literally this hour is the only hour that I can get my hair done. So I have to run so I can come back for an hour. My friend just needs to dye it. I have gray hairs coming in from the market.
From the trading, yeah.
Gray hair is already rocking in for the Ale. She says, gray. It is. I don't think, they're not gray. Gray is when you get real old. They're really, to me, they're white. They're silver at first. And then when they can't even turn white or silver, that's when you see those 89-year-olds. It's truly just gray. It's just like, it's like the ugliest pigment. I don't mind the white. But yeah, when it starts, I get it though. It's not the funnest thing. It's the sign of aging and getting older, which sucks.
I'm going to leave my ONDS on. I have 1,500 shares long. I'm only risking $200. So I'm going to leave it on. And I have time for you. I'm going to come back up at Power Hour. I'll be back at 12:30. She's just going to do my hair real quick.
Well, hurry up. Go. Bye. Get out. Go get your hair done. There we go.
Oh, Josh, here we are again, back at the level where I'm waiting to get stopped out. It won't stop me out. This feels like a pressure cooker of a day. Just cooking my patience. What do you do on days like this?
It's a pressure cooker. I like it, man. We got some good terms today. Hey, you sit back and wait. You keep your stop loss in. You hold tight. You hold firm and say, listen, I've got a belief in this trade. And if it works, it works. And guess what? We're not always going to be right. Like today. Finally taken on that. We did the buy one get one, right? Buy a 50K, buy a 25K eval. If you blow it, we'll get one free. We did that deal, earlier or about a month ago. I say we're into August now. We're not in July anymore. But with that, 50K evals literally have not taken a loss. And so I'm like, oh my God, am I really going to pass this eval? I'm like one trade away today, since I'm one trade away from passing it. Of course. Ugly day to start off with, and if I just would have waited for that beautiful move up on YXT, I would have had my one trade been done and literally would not have had a loss. But then I lose, right? You can't win them all. And I it was an uglier, choppier morning, but it's going to happen. You can't win everything, So it's just one of those things. Listen, you got to stick to your guns and your trade, and you hold tight, and you're going to be just fine over there. Don't worry. I like how you didn't name drop her name, but you did name drop Henry's name.
I think I said Hannah, but they both can go kick rocks. They can go step on a Lego. How about that? That's about as mean as I get, but
hey, those hurt. That's pretty mean, man. That hurts for the next 20, 30 minutes or so.
It really does. You see me looking around because I see the comments. I'm trying to hook the people up and give them what they want. I know they want Cleo, and I know they want her bad, but she's in an undetermined location. Gotta go track her down. So she'll be here for the Power Hour stream. Don't you worry, guys. We're doing Power Hour. We're doing earnings. It's gonna be a good time. And
you ready?
What else is going on? I mean, man, there's stuff.
SanDisk, are you ready for it? It's just, I'm telling you, it's time for Barn Burner USA, baby.
That's the big one, but we got more. We got Western Digital too, so doubling up on the memory trade. We also have AAPL, as well as Mercado Libre. We're doing Ion Q. We got some Elf beauty products in the house. There's a lot of fun stuff. We have Dutch Bros, the coffee. I'm going to be playing this one. I'm in some shares, as well as I think there's one more that I'm in. What is it? Fastly? I'm looking right now, seeing if that's today. FSLY. Yes, Fastly as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to be going Fastly through a whole bunch of reports. We're going to be hitting everything that we need to get you guys ready to go. We are going to be trading. I'm going to be trading SanDisk as well, I think. That's the one that I'd really like to trade. Looks like it's going to be a big, old, juicy, fat move there. What can you say, man? When it's a 200% expected move, it's going to be fun. That's all I'm looking for.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a barn burner. I can't wait. There's Tofa. Leave the Hanas alone. Why not, man? I like the Hanas and the Hanas of the world. Hannah. Now, listen, I'll talk. I need to show it off. The picture of Hannah Davis and the wife Avery. We were talking about this was it yesterday, Steve, when we were talking about Hannah Davis, or was it with Jesse? I guess I was talking. I think that's where it was. We were talking about Derek Jeter. Well, Derek Jeter's wife.
No. Okay, I do.
She is a former model for Sports Illustrated and whatever else. But yeah, Hannah Davis and Avery have a picture together, and boy, oh, is it not one of the best pictures I've ever seen in my life. So Hannahs, I love the Hannahs. I will respect the Hannahs for the rest of my life.
Absolutely. There's more lore to that story too, but I can't give it to you all at once. So you
what
can.
Do you mean more lore to that story? What are you talking about?
It's maybe an off-stream. It's maybe an off-stream epilogue. But come find me in my Discord. I'll give you some juicy gossip there too. Gotta leave them wanting more, Josh. You know what I'm saying?
Some juicy gossip, he says. Oh,
juicy 15-year-old high school gossip.
Yes, sir. Hey, I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Now, don't get me.
What's crazy is it's both 15-year-old gossip and gossip about 15-year-olds.
Oh,
like it's right at that, you know. I'm old, is what I'm saying. That's what I'm realizing. Here.
Guess what? Guess what, Steve?
What?
We're old. We're old.
Guess what, Josh? You're older. No, I'm kidding.
I know. I can't stand like the grays that are in my beard. I say the grays. We always say gray, but it's like white that comes through. Yeah, that's one of those ones. It hurts. It definitely hurts to see that as you get older. You're like, no.
My beautiful face. No, I'm kind of embracing it. I think I look more distinguished with the few grays coming in. And besides, age is but a number. Age is a state of mind, right? And you know, we're going to be the two troublemakers in the nursing home, just raising hell, you know? So, I ain't worried at all.
I hope I don't get put into a nursing home. Hopefully I'm good to where I'm like Dick Van Dyke, and I'm still just rocking and rolling until I'm 100, you know, and I can still just rock and roll it. Rocking and rolling it. Here we go. Here we go. So Hannah Davis and my wife in Las Vegas, NFL draft party, absolute stunners right there. Now my wife is absolutely gorgeous, but Hannah Davis, let's give it up for Derek Jeter's wife and my wife for sure as well. That's right. Taking pictures with models. That's right.
Two lovely ladies for sure.
Yeah, man.
Nice picture.
Yes. Oh God. That's like one of those ones like pictures throughout the years. That's the one, Steve. That's like, man. Yeah, I've made it. That's back when I was doing all the sports stuff, so it was cool to. Steven Jackson was there. He was an old running back. What was the coolest part was Emmanuel Sanders was there. He just got picked up by the Broncos, so I was literally talking with a Denver Bronco, essentially, you know, right there at the event. So that was really super cool. And then it was funny. The guy Avery was like, or the guy with Emmanuel Sanders, if I can talk, was talking to Avery. He's like, man, you're ripped. And so there's Emmanuel Sanders taking a picture with Avery flexing their guns or whatever. Yeah. So it was cool. Those were fun days for sure. And that's what's funny. You think I'm like at the time, like, oh, I've made it. And I was making like $30K a year.
Hey, it's a state of mind, isn't it? You know, it's like that first 30K when you were making part-time money before, you know, hey, that's something to stay for, you know, that's something in and of itself. And then, I mean, it all just compounds, right? Next thing you know, you're trading a 25K account like it's nothing.
Boom. Speaking of, we talked about it. Which ones still look bullish? We've got the W shape forming.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, we've got the capital W. Yeah, not the true little the Gerber baby bottom W. We've got the witchy capital W bottom where it's real pointy, baby. This is halted up right now. I bet it's not going to have a gap up. It hasn't really been gapping since earlier. It had that nice little stretch of gapping. Oh, it's showing 16, so we are going to get maybe a little bit of a gap up here to 16. So again, we have resistance running into where? Well, where we first halted down at. And of course, my entry price, baby, right around 17. And of course, into that upper shadow just above it. That's going to be your main target on the way up. Now, if that's kind of, to me, the top of the W. That's the neckline. We have a bottom neckline that we did fully kind of crack below earlier that we were talking about. Then we went from head and shoulders to W, formed the true bottom. Now this is the top of the W. Watch for it to move into this. If he gets over it, like Steve and I were saying, I would not be surprised if I come back in a couple hours and I'm going, you got to be kidding me. Because I'm going to stop looking at it. I don't want to get the FOMO and try to trade it again. I'm done. I don't want to. I almost blacklisted this earlier today before I killed it on this trade because it was just the way it was moving. And then I, of course, taken an L afterward. But that's what I'd be looking for. Completion here at the gap up, still showing 16. Watch for the move to 17, maybe a little bit higher. If we get through that, this could be that barn burner where we're looking at it in the mid 20s, maybe even higher later in the day. That's what I have for myself. Just wrapping it up with YXC. I know we're to the top of the hour there. Let's see, snowman bathroom break. What's that mean? What's that mean?
Also,
Josh,
thank you for wearing a hat. What does that mean? You don't love my beautiful luscious locks? Come on, Snowman. What's the deal there? For the viewers, here is my long cat Cleo. She actually likes being held like this.
Finally shows up.
She's the biggest baby. She will just sit on my shoulder if I let her. So what we got on indices, by the way, I think we're going to get a decision in the next couple minutes here, or the next, call it 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes. I'm seeing a lot of compression. So just letting you know, the thing that I've been watching, it was like paint drying all hour. That's why we were talking about the Hannahs and the Henrys. But you know what? I think we're going to get our move into the second half of the day here, hoping that we curl on up and continue this rally. But Qs have to hold the line. That's what I'm watching. There's a line. Just this bottom area, this 720 to 721 zone, let's call it that. We need to get cooking up over 721.50 to really get going. And really, big picture, over 722.78 to get going. Then we're targeting VWAP and hopefully can keep on moving. So that's what I got.
Love it.
That's what Cleo's trading today.
Be back at the top of the hour to do some commentary for Power Hour and getting us ready for earnings, Bubba Boy?
Yes, sir. I sure will. We're going to be doing, let's see, SanDisk number one, but App loving Western Digital. We're going to be doing some IonQ, and I'm going to be talking a few of the ones that I'm interested in as well, in Fastly and Bros. Oh, and Duolingo. Yeah, you better be there, or else I'm going to send the owl for you guys.
Yeah, Topher, let's do it. Go full ETARD on SNDK. So essentially the ETF there of SNDK. So we're going SNDG. He says full ported, right?
Okay, that's what we call not financial advice, but it will be very fun. So if you value fun, then that is an option.
Yes,
I'm gonna be trading just a couple shares of the SNDK.
Yeah, hold on real quickly. I do want to give this before we head out. I forgot to do this just a minute ago. Let's go back over to mine real quickly. I want to give some quick levels on where I feel this goes. Usually pretty decent on these, on as far as the movement on what we have here for SanDisk. So level. And I'm going to get out everybody. We'll take a quick little break. I'm getting hungry as well. In my opinion, Steve, on the way down, if we do start to crack, the minimum move to me comes minimum to 1365. I think we crack that, my man, and go down to 1200. So minimum level 1365. My bad. Not 1365. 1310. That's what I thought it was. 1300. That's what I thought I was saying earlier today. 1300. I was looking at the low of day. I literally just read that like freaking Will Ferrell and Anchorman. Oh, you're just gonna win while you put me on the teleprompter. Anyway, this is my minimum area in my opinion, right around 1300, maybe a hair below it. And if we get through that, Steve, we could see the move down close to 1200. Those are my main areas. 13 minimum, could see 1200. On the way up, I think we minimal see just a hair over 15, right around the 15, 20 handle. This, Steve, could see its way back up to right around 1600. So those are the levels on the way up. I have barn burner moves, 100, maybe 200 points worth of movement on SanDisk later today.
Awesome. I'm in. My Micron shares like it. So let's go for that 1600. That's what I'm looking for.
All right. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Steve will be back here in about 55 minutes. Topher, Nigel, Bonetta, Matthew, Snowman, loving the picture. Yeah, of course, gorgeous ladies. Tack, Crow, everyone that was here, smash that like button. We're getting really close to 100 likes. Go send this link out to other people. Say, come join this live stream and like the live stream. Then also go sign up for the link in the description for a 25K eval giveaway. Do it.
Do it now. Thank you so much, guys.
Yep. See you guys here in about 55 minutes. We'll put the scanners up until we get back.
Later, Gators.
Oh, later, Crocodile.
You blew it, John.
Yo, what's up, traders? Steve Tileman here once again with Trade the Pool. We are going to be doing a little bit of power hour, a little bit of earnings. We got a big one tonight. It is SanDisk up and at 'em. So we see Micron popping a little. This is a trade that's been cooking me all day long. We'll see if it can kind of catch up. Not catch up, but accelerate, as I should say, into new highs. That's what I'd like to see. We'll see if we get the run up into the close on these memory stocks. SanDisk putting in a higher low here. Let's see if it's time to turn the corner and muscle on up into the highs of the day, or at least VWAP. I'd like a close into the VWAP here to kind of set up the potential for a W. That's what we'd like to see. Moving on to the Qs. Is it about to break down? Did it just fail an auction down? Is this actually a higher low that they just put in? Ambiguous tape here on the short time frames. We're seeing 5 minutes still drifting down, but starting to curl out on this oscillator. Looking on at the 15, still drifting down, but getting close to trying to reclaim. And the 30-minute also looking like it's starting to curl, but still has room down. We want to see a big candle start to break this negative trajectory on the higher time frames and get us going. But so far, only the 1 minute is actually flipped bullish so far. So just something to keep in mind. Just because we have a nice green candle doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. Nice move there on Micron. Might be finally letting me get some breathing room on this trade. It's been not fun being in at 918 for the scalp today. Just been in and out and in and out. I did make a little money on this first leg and then just right back to break even, just getting washed. So we're going to see if it actually wants to stick here. Definitely not the easiest trade today, and it makes sense into the earnings. What's up, guys? Hey, Nigel. Hey, Adrian. Hey, Jack. Good to see you guys. Oof, how we doing? I'm burnt out today. Hour of Power, says Mike D. Ryder. That's what I'm trying to get going here for Micron. Micron has been putting in some really nice bases that look like they're going to break down, and then they reverse into a large move to the upside. Here's another example of a failed breakdown in this range pre-market, and man, oh man, would it have been the nice play to get involved somewhere in this show of strength here. So maybe that's what we're seeing here, although big top wick. We'll see how it follows through. Definitely some shake and bake, some action going on here as we watch Qs try to reclaim their swing high, or prior swing high. If so, then we set up a potential bottoming structure, but even then, still seeing potential to come down once more, like that, to form the kind of head and shoulders, inverted head and shoulders. Big top wick, big top wick. Man, they don't want to pay the trader, do they? Making this real darn tough. Okay. Want to keep a pretty close eye on SanDisk because I think that's the biggest mover, like we said. So I'm going to set an alert, see if it gets up to VWAP. So far, still having a little bit of trouble. And Micron seems to be leading there. Let's see. Adrian saying, I need to say my Zeta was spot on. Absolutely. Great job, dude. 10 down to 30% up. Amazing. Yeah, I'm assuming you took most of that off, if not everything. And that was the play, it seems, because it is fading a little bit into the close. Good amount, I should say. Let me take a look at it. Whoa. Wild moves. So great, long. Now hanging out. I don't think it's done, but I think it needs to cool the heck off. 30% moves will do that. 50% out, 50% for the long run. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Absolutely. Love the management there. All right, so we talked about SanDisk a little bit. What else do we have in store? Q's trying their best, poking their head out. Keep an eye. A few other names that are reporting. First off, AppLovin. Trying its best to put in a higher low, trying its best to kind of get this curl going. This is an interesting one that I think could go really far in either direction. We're going to talk about the measured move and all that, but just in terms of the chart, I think this looks like it wants to go up 11%, or down a whole lot more. I'm biased to the upside, but man, if we lose this low, it could be tough. What's up with NVIDIA? Let's take a look. Whoa, okay. Pushing the high a day. Beautiful breakout here. About darn time. I don't even look at this one in my port anymore because it's just such a... It took so long for it to start working. I'm in at 211, 210, 211. Was underwater for a while, but beautiful move there. Trying to push new highs. Interesting seeing the relative strength to all the other chips. 220 break was huge. Absolutely. Yeah. Nice smash in the morning, coming back and finding support right under it, right under that VWAP, and now reclaiming it, looking like it's ready to go. Ready to go off to the races. Intelligence Investor says app should be a huge jump. Absolutely. We'll talk about the the setups here in just a sec. Just want to let some more people filter on in. But man, we got some good viewers here already. Thanks so much, guys, for joining. Excuse me. It's been a heck of a week. So what are we seeing here on some of the other names? Let me get my mouse set up. There we go. Let's get into the earnings. Just as a little sneak peek here. So SanDisk, definitely the biggest. I want to talk Duolingo as well. This one's going to be an interesting one since last quarter they broke their usual pattern of beat and raise. I'm sorry. They broke the usual pattern of beat and raise by missing, and I want to see if they actually are looking like they... I don't know. I'm looking in this software as a service basket, and I'm seeing a lot of nice charts. This is one of these that keeps popping up on my scanners, and I'm saying, hey, I just need to know a little bit more about the fundamentals. If it's hitting an inflection point, it's a weird chart, a weird stock, and I feel like this is another one that's very binary, right? So we have this sharply facing downward 200 day. We have a lot of confluence in a lot of different areas. You can see my moving averages. You see these downward triggers here acting as resistance, these acting as support, and it's getting really tight. So what I want to see is a reason to basically take one direction or the other. If we do get a breakout, this thing could squeeze quite fast. And I think probably it would want to go back first stop to this 180 to 190 area, this high volume node. But man, if this thing gets going, there's some gaps way to the upside. And so interesting potential deep value here. The question is it crap? Is it crap? Is it, is it too tied with the kind of data center, sorry, not data center, AI like data set trade, because I think they're probably getting pulled down a little bit recently because of that too. Adrian has some interesting thoughts here. Their software can be replaced literally by any free LLM. Yes, but it doesn't have the cute owl. That's the thing. And I think that's what we're paying for here. I'm being silly. I think you're right. In general, it's probably low quality, but I think that it still could be due for a bounce. It doesn't have the moat that a lot of software as a service does, which, even if they can be vibe coded, a lot of them, the enterprise spend is very ingrained. It's not so simple to switch to a homebrewed thing if you're a big company. I don't know how many big companies are using Duolingo is the thing, right? So I don't think that's a big factor there. Intelligence Investor coming out saying SanDisk is trading at 47x earnings, but only 7x forward earnings. If they report 33 or above EPS, that's insane growth. Absolutely. Just remember with the cyclical nature of these, low PE is spooky because especially that forward PE is really spooky because eventually, they're going to increase supply, right? And as soon as they do, it's a race to the bottom, and the this bottleneck becomes very much not the demand story that we have at the moment. I do think that's a further out, like mid next year kind of story. Grain of salt, but I personally think the memory space still has a lot of room. And I'd like to see that kind of confirmation on earnings here with SanDisk. Inez, thoughts on ALab? I really like Astera. Yeah, Astera Labs. I really like them as a company. They do the PCIe connections, right? Chart's very cool. Let's look at it. They had earnings that seemed quite good on paper. The result kind of lukewarm. So that's interesting. I think that this is about as good as it gets in terms of this is a very orderly pullback, right? Just got ahead of itself, came back on good earnings, but maybe not the smashing earnings that bulls wanted to see to squeeze it. That being said, coming back, healing the gap, finding these supports, these moving average supports, not too shabby here, and I kind of like the look of this one. That being said, of course, risky, high beta. They are targeting a very specific bottleneck, and well, that can move a stock from 100 to 500, but hey, it can also there's a lot of volatility here. So I would be sure to watch the closes this week, see if it can hold this 317, 327, 330-ish kind of ribbon there. That's what I'm looking for. I like the company. It's part of my basket overall for my AI trade. I think it might be time for me to take just a little bit of a position in there. I'll let you guys know if I do. The other option is we could wait for it to come back down a little bit more. I'd like to see maybe a higher low off this rising daily trigger. I don't know if we get it, though. That's the thing. We might hold here and just curl on up. Let's see. Yo, you guys are active today. Active today. Good stuff. Let me work my way through some of these. Yeah, Adrian's saying, well, I agree. All of the numbers I've seen, we have at least 2 to 3 more years till saturation. I'm with you. And that's why I have positions in these, even though it's uncomfortable for me. It's uncomfortable for me seeing these names swing 5% every day. I know volatility is opportunity, but still, it's stressful. I don't know why the trade's stressful to me. I don't think it's so much the trade as me, but in general, I think that there's a lot of room in these. And if we're right, well, then this is how it starts to look. And what I mean by that is, let's look at like a 4-hourly here on Micron. This is one of the most important companies in the whole AI complex. So either they move or none of them move, right? So what we're seeing is a potential W. We just need to kind of peek our head on over. I wonder if what we're waiting for is SanDisk earnings to get rocking and rolling up through this 933. I would love to see a big, powerful candle. Boom. Like that. What we could also see is more waffling in here. What we could also see is a harder rejection, and if we lose the lows of this morning, well, that's super, super dire for these, and I think that then we have to be looking for a much bigger flush out and hoping that we get that higher low here in like a week or two off of probably Micron earnings, I would say. When are Micron earnings? Not for a while? Oh, wow. Not for a while. Hey, Barney, do I trade Forex? If no, then why not? Well, no, and because I'm a little bit dumb. It's just harder. It's just harder than futures for me. You have to pay attention to 2 sets of catalysts, 2 sets of data points, two calendars, essentially. I don't see much of a reason to, because I'm not like a big Forex guy. Just personally, like that's not where I see the biggest opportunities. For example, if I did see a long-term or like a bigger play on currencies, generally I'm expressing those still with stocks. So for example, I'm playing a very long-term kind of de-dollarization trend. Not I think the dollar's going to zero or anything, but just I think that there's more and more incentive to invest in things like EWZ, Brazil, or Chinese names, stuff like that. So I tend to kind of lean to that. Talk saying, don't trade Forex now. You can play the metals. Yeah, metals are fun, right? That's not enough excitement for you. Those things move fast. And you get to it's like joining a competitive lobby, right? Because the only people trading metals are nerds like Talk and people actually hedging their commodity companies. So you're walking into a decent arena there, worth noting. What else we got? Silver still cranking. I sold mine yesterday. I'm bummed. I had short dated options though, so I can't really complain. I do think there's a lot of room on this chart. I should probably pick up some shares. Nice gap up. I'd like a little pullback. To get back in. But yeah, there I go again. Catching bottoms and not holding nearly long enough. Kind of annoying, but let's see what we're seeing on Qs as we start to just a little bit. See a little bit of red in the memory there. Oh no, guys, my glasses. How sad is this? Yesterday morning I stepped on the lens here, and just now my little super glue came undone. So we're gonna do our best. I'm blind as a bat. Hey, Tyler, what are we trading today? Trading a little bit of Micron. Not really working in the past 5 minutes. Probably going to have to take it off a little for just a little tiny win on this latest move. And then I'll hold my core position for the SanDisk earnings and get sweated. Hopefully that isn't, hopefully we have a good time. Hopefully it's a party. We're going to get into the actual earnings prints pretty soon here. Going to do it a little earlier this week so we have time to get to everything we like. But so far, kind of hanging out. Low energy day for me. It was a good overnight session. And now I'm just kind of watching, waiting, seeing if Qs can curl on up, hold this higher low. SPY, last time I checked, a little bit stronger. Yeah, looking a little healthier, and I think they want to make a move up. I would love for Micron to basically hold this back test of 920, but it might be getting the little spookies into the SanDisk close. Interesting seeing SanDisk holding up decently strong themselves, though. Platinum, what do we play? PPLT, is that the ticker? It's been a while. Splits occurred. It has been a what? It's $15. Is this the right? Yeah, physical platinum. Well, that's interesting. Zeta for Adrian. I was going to talk about it yesterday. We didn't have time, but hey, he was all over it. He bought the dip. He didn't need me. PPLT, nice. Ooh, that's nice. I like that a lot. That's reminded me of the metals trade. Yeah, REMX having a nice day too. I think these are good places to dump a little bit of money. I like them. What else we got? Whoa, this is wild. Wait, so on Zeta, there was an insane story for the 10% drop on earnings. A bunch of brokers got the numbers wrong. That feels like that shouldn't happen. Why is that happening? That's crazy to me. Feels like crime. Not saying it is, but man, pretty wild. So we're seeing weakness in our memory. So I wonder if we get a discount, a dip to buy after hours. Adrian, how you feeling on buying the dip on some DRAM? If this thing, if SanDisk has a hard time, that's the trade that I kind of want to get involved in longer term. Intelligence investor, I'm buying up all the SpaceX I can right now, selling weekly covered calls while the volatility stays high. While I don't mind the premium capture strategy, are you aware of the lockup ending tomorrow? Tomorrow or in 2 days? Because be very careful about that because, well, all of a sudden a whole bunch of shares are going to be released on the market. I forget the exact percentage at the moment, but it is a not insignificant number. So definitely be careful there. Make sure you don't get got and get, because there's people who've been holding this thing for 5-10 years, right? And they're gonna, if they get a chance to get out, they're up a whole lot over that time, and they don't really care about anybody and their 401ks or anybody hoarding shares. Just be careful with that one there. Algos took Zeta down temporarily. That's wild. You bought DRAM for the second time? Okay. Yeah, I'm in some DRAM. I could add. Micron getting smacked here, though, despite SPY moving up. So that's not really the best sign for our SanDisk earnings, is it? Intelligence investor saying my idea on SpaceX is that they have a monopoly on so many things. Their revenue is almost guaranteed for the next several years. I plan to hold for a long time and just buy more. While I think that you do make money long term, and I think you make money short term on the premium, I think you might get an easier entry waiting for the big flush, the big lockout flush. But hope it works for you. I'm going to be looking to short it, and then I'll let you know when I cover, and then we can buy some more together. Micron getting beat. All right, that's about to trigger my stop at break even. I got a really nice entry. Wanted it to work, and it is not working. Just not working for me. Unless it does a stick save right at my stop, but I'm assuming it'll wash it out in just a second here. And let's see what's going on there. SanDisk still holding the higher low. DRAM a little weak, so maybe it's the SK Hynix and the Samsung components in there. Yeah, SK Hynix, the weakest, but it isn't a buy zone. What do we do with this? I don't know. I think they're shaking the tree before the earnings here. That's what I really think, especially with SPY strong. Like, well, okay, there's a red candle. Maybe everything's getting stuffed a little bit here. We're really in kind of This has not been a fun day to trade price action wise for me, at least. If you didn't catch the opening pop in the short right out of the gate, you've been kind of stuck sitting on your hands. My long-term plays that I didn't trim, they're down a little bit today, up from yesterday, or up from before for the most part, but still, it's just been kind of uncomfortable here. We have the hourly oscillator. Whoops, there it is. Rolling, trying to curl just a little bit over the past couple hours, but really not showing much life and showing that we can take another leg down, considering we just have failed to break out like 4 times, it feels like. So I think it's going to come down to, well, the earnings and is there any big data? I don't think there's any real data this week that we need to be too worried about. Yeah, Tuck saying, so why rush the buys if it's long term? What's the rush? Just wait for it to dump. It's kind of what I'm thinking here on memory. If it wants to dump, I mean, we are still kind of elevated here, so we could see a good washout. And I'd like to buy dips on Micron around 880 again. That'd be cool. Yeah, still heavy, still heavy. All right, guys. So I'm going to switch on over to the earnings stream. We're going to start just a few minutes earlier than last time, and you guys don't have to do a darn thing. You stay right here. I'll be back in just a few minutes, and then we'll get on into a nice presentation, get us prepped for the earnings plays, and just ready to hit the ground running. You know how I trade MU daily? Well, gray hairs and lots of them. All right, guys. I'll see you in a few.